champion on energy security objectives for the country. So anything and everything to do with energy security in terms of petroleum resources would be under the control of this company. Limited liability structure, we had to build that in to ensure that there are legal safeguards in terms of what the company can and cannot do, and it must operate within those legal safeguards while pursuing commercial operations in the petroleum sector. And we are emphasizing the question around commercial aspects because we've been asked a number of times, how do you ensure that state-owned entities going forward operate efficiently and they're economically and commercially viable? So there's an emphasis in this bill about this particular company. The bill further allocates or designates the minister responsible for petroleum in the country to serve as the shareholder representative for the country on behalf of the South African government. And there we were very careful with our wording to say minister responsible for petroleum and not minister of petroleum, mineral and petroleum resources. Because should petroleum sit in a different portfolio in future, it's not easy to every time go back and change the law, but it's a portfolio-based angle that we've taken. The bill further provides for the governance structure of the company in terms of the company having a board, and that board would ensure that the company operates in accordance with its mandate, but also that it complies with all the legal frameworks that bind it. As you would have it in law, we say all the laws of the country, the state is bound by its own laws. So this company, as a state-owned company, will also be bound, and that oversight role will be played by the board. Minister, I've spoken about this, Minister being the shareholder rep and exercising oversight. Some approvals will need a ministerial engagement, and one critical example about that is what we are going through currently, where the minister will have to consult with the Minister of Finance to say, we have a crisis currently, how do we do this, how do we navigate this? And the company cannot by itself just decide on certain aspects, especially where money from the fiscus is involved. There would have to be ministerial consultations, and that oversight then becomes critical. On reporting, thirdly, it's important that the company reports to Parliament. We report in terms of how we are managing the finances, how we are performing. This company will also be bound by that requirement. Applicable legislation, I think I've spoken to this. The state is bound by its own laws, and so the SANPC will also be bound by the laws of the country, and they will have to operate within those bounds. Quickly on the board composition, here we had to debate. Some members in the drafting team were saying, don't be prescriptive, and others were saying, let's be prescriptive about what skills. But to ensure that we get people that are properly qualified and they understand the industry, we had to be prescriptive. And that's why we said we would look for people with expertise in the petroleum sector, energy sector broadly, finance, law, corporate governance, as well as people who meet the fit and proper person requirements. We felt that would be quite critical to ensure that the company is run properly and they can take accountability. I will not talk to the second block that talks to the number of years, really. I won't go into it into details, term of 5 years, which is pretty much standard. And the opportunity for renewal will always also be there. It's covered in the law. It's specified, actually. The functions of the company are pretty much aligned with the objects or objectives of the bill, where there's space for the company to play in the exploration and production space. And again, this talks to self-sufficiency. If you do not have a state-owned petroleum company that holds rights, whether for exploration or production, that exposes the country to a risk should there be supply chain disruption. So it's quite important for self-sufficiency in the country. Trading and partnerships, we felt that as part of the broader petroleum diplomacy program of the country, it's going to be important that we place this as one of the functions of the company, where the company is able to enter into partnerships with other countries for strategic reasons to secure resources, but also further our own economic diplomacy agenda as a country, as it were. Infrastructure development, quite critical. We do have now discoveries offshore, for example, but there's still a challenge of infrastructure in terms of how will we move that gas from the offshore space to inland and demand centers. So the state-owned company playing a role in infrastructure development again become critical. And with that comes the strategic joint ventures and partnerships where they can partner with companies that are operating in the country as well as international partners. And I think this is the last bit where the company makes provision for asset transfer. And this really emanates from the consolidation of the three entities to form SANPC. These companies do have assets, so there must be a process to transfer those assets so that it's contained in the law, it's led, it's driven, it's guided by the law. This is why we built this clause in. The details in terms of the mechanisms and timelines are being dealt with at the company level within the SEF group to ensure that there's alignment with what has been provided for in this founding legislation. These really, I will quickly at a high level talk to, in the main, the two: energy security and environmental compliance. On energy security, the bill does provide for the SANPC to play or participate in the renewable energy space. And this really is driven by two factors. One, our own obligations as a country in terms of the Paris Agreement, as well as our own imperative to transition from a high carbon to low carbon economy. So we thought it would be prudent to build it in the law that this company can play in the green energy space as well, as part of its greening agenda as a company. I mean, we see a lot of oil and gas companies are taking a similar approach, where they are not only petroleum companies, but they become energy companies broadly. And we're empowering the company in this case to play in that space equally. Environmental compliance, quite critical. Again, it's part of our own commitments as a country and respect for our own laws, particularly NEMA and Section 24 of the Constitution, which says that we must build in safeguards for environmental protection in whatever operations that we undertake. Stakeholder communication becomes quite critical. We are seeing currently what's happening with challenges around communities, and it becomes important that the communities are consulted and there's that ongoing engagement as the company operates. And Chair and members, in conclusion, this bill, we believe, represents a significant step towards securing the nation's energy future. And hence, we have packaged the bill and we're presenting it to the committee this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Minister, that's the end of the presentation.
That's the presentation, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, DG and the DDG. Honorable members, that's the high-level presentation on the bill. We will have a lot of back and forth, including clause by clause, after we have consulted with stakeholders and people out there who are interested in the bill. But let's just engage the presentation as it is at the high level. Can I see hands? Honorable Lorima, Honorable Selepe, Honorable Ntangwini, Honorable Mani, Honorable Zungula, Honorable Senne, and Honorable Mufugeng. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Do I ask the Minister about his opening remarks now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Minister. You have repeated that it is fortunate that we're not at war with Iran. I'm just interested about the practical implications of this. I know that there's at least one tanker with a cargo of fuel destined for South Africa stuck in the Persian Gulf. If we're not at war with Iran, can you tell me why it's still there and what you've done to try and get it out? Moving on to the bill. Just a couple of details. When the company is, when this bill is passed, will a new CEO and a new CFO be appointed? And will a new board be appointed? Or will there just be, is that already in place? And will that just continue? Just a couple of things that jumped out. Clause 8, cooperation agreements. Cooperating with other organs of state. What is envisaged by this? Why is this there? What do you imagine this will be covering? In functions of the company, there's an interesting point that says it'll perform any other function. What does that cover? That seems like quite a wide catch-all. There must be something that you have in mind that clause covers. I guess getting back to the board appointment, what's the process of this seems to me a little untransparent. The minister gets to do everything, and there's no stipulation that this happens in public at all, including elect the chair. Why can't the board elect its own chair? It does seem to me a possible dangerous or unusual concentration of power. In terms of the concept of this company, it seems that it opens the way for everything in the petroleum space, upstream and downstream. Is it possible that we could see the National Petroleum Company going into the retail business and there could be SANPC filling stations? Does this bill allow for that? And similarly on infrastructure development, what role exactly will the SANPC play here? Might it end up building pipelines? Or is it, does it provide a strategic or organizational function, or how does it get involved in that? That's my first take. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lorima. Can we respond as and when a member asks the question? Honorable Minister? Yes.
No, a cargo stuck in the Middle East because of the war. Those are the dynamics of war. Iran may open the Strait of Hormuz and the US can block it. And we'll have to navigate through all those complications. And as a result of that, one cargo or another will be stuck in the Middle East, but 3 or 4 will come through without being stuck. And what we should appreciate as a country is that there is a war in the Middle East. I emphasize this. And when there is a war, the control is limited from where we stand as a state. US and Israel attack Iran, and Iran becomes the one that is blamed, though it is actually a victim. We're hoping that on settling this war, the whole situation will change, will not be limited in how we interact with Iran. It will be like any other country. We'll be able to interact with them. Let me leave the functions of the company to the TTG and to TV to answer.
You can respond and then I'll cover it.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, teacher. So the first question on the appointment of the new CEO and the board. Currently, there's work being undertaken by the presidency on the appointment of boards and all of that going forward. So we will be guided by that process. We will follow the outcome of that process. And then the second question on cooperation agreements with other entities. A typical example of this would be, for example, a partnership with Transnet on the pipelines, where during our consultations when we were drafting the bill, Transnet, for example, would say on the major pipeline moving from Durban to the inland market, initially they had conceptualized that they could have branch lines, smaller pipelines, and we're saying the South African National Petroleum Company could partner in such. And even those engagements with Transnet, there was an area that Transnet had highlighted as well. And so there are other many examples. So we thought we would empower the company without necessarily being prescriptive, but empower the company to be able to do that. Any other functions? I think again on any other functions, there was a long deliberation between ourselves, NESA on the pipeline licensing and the storage facilities and even with Transnet. And the reason why we ended up drafting it like that again was running away from being prescriptive, but empower the company to be able to, or even minister determine that a company can perform a certain function. Otherwise, if you leave it out and then they are not empowered to perform any other function that arises, then we find ourselves in a difficult position where, I mean, amending the law would take very long. Concentration of power. We had a lengthy engagement on this, sorry, with the state law advisor. And in the end, when they were reviewing the bill for us, we had removed on a lot of areas where we had said minister may do this or minister must do this. There's a lot that we really had to remove in our engagements. And where we are now with the version of the bill, we are at a point where we feel we really took a lot of that out. Participation in the entire value chain. This is a function of benchmarking that we undertook. So what we saw, for example, when we benchmarked with countries in the Middle East, your Saudis, we could see that we benchmarked with Norway and other countries. We could see that they allow their they empower in the law, the National Petroleum Company to play in that space. Currently in South Africa, practical example, we're seeing the space shifting from being a net importer of crude into being a largely importer of finished products. If a state-owned company does not have space in law to play across the value chain and in the downstream sector, companies can, private companies can withhold products just to drive the, demand either way, depending on the dynamics at the time. Whereas if you have the state being empowered, a state-owned company being empowered, then you can cushion the economy and you can control the market dynamics, as it were. So we looked at that. But we also, as I'm indicating, were informed by benchmarking that we did, where they do allow the participation of their state-owned entities to play across the value chain. The role of the company in infrastructure, I think I've spoken about it. It's partnerships, for example, with Transnet and building pipelines and storage facilities, for example, to hold strategic stocks for when there are supply disruptions in the economy. I think I've covered all the questions. Thank you, Minister.
Maybe let me just add a little bit on the appointment of boards. I don't know how transparent can it be. We advertise boards in our sector. We advertise them. And we get a long list. And we look into the skills needed by a particular board. That's why I think that we have relatively functional boards in the department. And we don't do what is normally happening in other departments where the minister is almost interfering with the boards. We give the board space to operate, but we meet them regularly to get input and get feedback on what is happening. But the boards are advertised, and we're not focusing on the individuals. We're focusing on the skills composition of the board. And the last thing is that the cabinet is insisting on ensuring that we have diversity in the board in terms of demographics, and we also, there is a requirement that we must try as much as we can to have people with disabilities in the boards. So that is what we're complying with, that in a very transparent way. When we submit a board proposal to the cabinet, we normally supply the long list of the applicants. So that is transparent to me. I don't know how much more transparent can we be.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Before I ask Honorable Lorima if he has a follow-up, honorable members, we are not going to break for tea or coffee or anything. And Team DMR, there is a station there. You are allowed to come in with whatever you grab there. But you must just know this session is live. So if you are caught by a camera chewing in a manner that is going to make you a meme out there, don't blame us. Honorable Lorima, do you have a follow-up question? Thank you. Honorable Slepe?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning to yourself, Minister and Deputy Minister, the Chair and staff, and my colleagues. Chair, firstly, let me start just to do a question to the Minister with regarding the remarks. Minister, just to assist me on this one, who's in charge of pricing our petroleum sector, or like who, the person or the department? Because in our department, I've never heard of such a thing, that the prices of our fuels in the country, who's determining the pricing of fuel in the country? Like, this is one thing that I'm not even sure about it. If you can assist that, because if we can have power of doing that, perhaps we might do better. Because as we are saying, we do have enough fuel in the country, but the price keep on going up. There's no any control you can do as the head of this department, that the price that is going up is killing the consumers at the home, because someone might see a space of doing profits instead of stabilizing our economy that is not doing well as yet. But I'm checking on that one. Who's in charge in that particular space? Thank you. Chair, I just want to have...
Maybe, Honorable Slepe, just to amplify your question. Honorable Minister, Honorable Slepe called me and others wrote about the pricing of the regulation of diesel in particular, because down the road you would find diesel going for 29 rands. Opposite it, it's going for 31, 32. So he asked that question. I just want to amplify that, educate society on what is happening, specifically on diesel. I just hope I didn't misrepresent your earlier question. Can you proceed?
Thank you very much, Chair. On the objectives of this bill, I just want to check here where it says on the bullet number 3, promote broad-black economic empowerment. I just want to check the key objectives. How does this bill define in the BBBE? Because in South Africa, the BBBE, it's no longer working the way it's supposed to be functioning, because there's certain bottlenecks across various companies because we don't see any effect of triple BE. I'm just checking, according to this bill, what are the metrics will be used to measure the success and also the implementation and the compliance of it? What will be the requirements for companies operating in the petroleum sector under this new bill? And my last question on this bill also, how will be the process bill affect existing triple BE frameworks and scores for companies currently involved in the petroleum industry? Thank you.
Can we have the responses? Starting with you, Minister.
Let me talk about the petroleum price. If you open your TV any day, it will tell you the global price of petroleum. Doesn't matter where you are, whether you're in South Africa or you are in the US, you are in Canada, or you are in anywhere in the continent. That price is regulated globally. So all we do, I can give you the method that we use to calculate the price of petroleum. What are the factors? The first one is the price of petroleum that is set globally per barrel. That is the first one. The other one is the exchange, the exchange of currency. How much is a rand to a dollar? That counts. Now, as we move away from dollar petroleum price and we use other currencies, that dynamic is very fluid at the current moment. But that's what we're using it. But at the end of the day, it is this department that actually have control over the price of petrol. We advertise, we gazette all the time the price of diesel and petroleum. Every year, every month, we gazette it, that it will be at this level. If any trader is deviating from that, that is actually commission of crime. Because we gazette that it will be X amount per liter. We do that every month religiously, we don't change that. And anybody who deviates from that is deviating from what is legally outlined in the law. Therefore, that is a criminal activity. Basically, the price of diesel is regulated. It's not a range. It is an amount. The price of petroleum is regulated. It's not a range. It's an amount. 95, 93. This is the amount per paraffin. It is this amount. It also goes to jet fuel. It's regulated. Anybody who deviates from the regulated price is committing a crime.
Minister, with your permission, if I can maybe just expand on the diesel. So as the minister indicated, we do set the price, but it's a benchmark, right? Unlike with petrol, it's fixed. As the minister said, you cannot deviate. With diesel, it's a reference point more than fixed. And the reason for this is that in the, I think it's the white paper, there was always, as the white paper stands, there's always been an intent from that time to deregulate the space completely. This was never done on the petrol side. On the diesel side, because diesel is more, it was predominantly commercially used. Diesel was never really regulated, if I put it that way. The price was allowed to actually fluctuate, and that's the distinction that I just thought I should amplify. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. On the promotion of triple BE, so it's a provision that says currently we have the triple BE codes in place and they're in force and they're applicable. We are saying this company will also be subject to them in terms of trading with broad-based empowered companies. And then the second question about how will it affect scores of petroleum companies currently? So this bill is not meant to regulate that. So it will not have any effect on scores of any company because it's not in that space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Slepa, are you okay?
And the BE debate can be opened on its own. It's a total different debate. There are various views on it now, currently. And we're quite ready to engage in that debate.
Thank you. Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome, Honorable Zondi. I can see you are tempted to raise your hand. We'll allow you to speak at the end.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair, and also my apologies for stepping in late. Traffic is a nightmare in Cape Town. It's the best run city, but the worst in traffic, apparently. Chair, I just want to check by the stakeholder engagement that you have made mention about. If you can maybe perhaps take us through, ma'am, in terms of what stakeholder engagement will be happening and in which areas, which provinces will be targeted first. Then for us just to have an open-ended line stakeholder engagement. How will communities be taken on par with this bill? And then in terms of
Just on that one, Honorable Ntlangwini, you mean how did they? Because now it's with us.
okay,
It's us who must determine where it goes.
all right.
They probably need to explain where did they do their work on stakeholder engagement.
Yes, exactly that. Thank you, Chair. Then in environmental compliance, I'm not too satisfied with the May implementation word. Maybe perhaps if you can take us through in terms of that, in terms of what is meant by May implementation, implement, because it can be anything to say. You can say to us tomorrow, I don't need to comply to this environmental legislation because the bill say it may. And we use the word may. If you maybe perhaps can take us through to that. Then I want to check, Minister, what will be the role of SAF in this whole bill in terms of their role within it? The company, will it be restructured and all of that, repurposed? What will they be their exact role in this whole scheme of things? And then maybe perhaps the last question, what is the process for the transfer of the strategic stock? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ntlangwini. Honorable Minister.
The role of SAF, let me just deal with that and leave the rest to the team. Once this bill becomes law, South African National Petroleum Company will be a standalone company. It will not be a subsidiary of SAF. It is actually comprised of 3 subsidiaries of SAF now. So until this bill becomes law, it is working as almost a subsidiary of SAF. But once the bill is passed as a law, SNPC will be a standalone company. outside of SAP jurisdiction. It will not be part of the SAP administration. The rest,
Thank you, Minister. So on stakeholder engagement, we consulted within the SEF group because they are the most important, impacted, all the subsidiaries of SEF and SEF. And then we gazetted and consulted the broader public. And we had engagements with communities, particularly communities along the coast, where we know that there have been complaints where they will be saying they were not properly consulted by oil and gas companies. Others will be misinformed in terms of the impact. And we received a lot of written submissions and we responded to them. In fact, the fact that we mentioned stakeholder consultation and made space for it in the bill was as a result of that communities, there's this outcry from communities to say they are not sufficiently consulted. And as one of their written submissions, we said, let's recognize it and build it in. And I must say also, Chair, that we continue outside of the bill with the Petroleum Agency of South Africa on an ongoing basis. 3 weeks ago, we were in Graafrenet to consult communities. And sometime in November, we were in the Karoo in Beaufort West. So there's a whole communication and stakeholder engagement strategy that was put together by the Petroleum Agency. And we continue with PASA on an ongoing basis to go out there and consult communities. We didn't just do it once off for this bill in particular. And the use of the word may on environmental aspects. Firstly, as I did indicate during the presentation, the company is bound by Section 24 of the Constitution. Secondly, it's bound by NEMA and all its subordinate legislation. The use of the word may is an added to say they may develop a further detailed environmental program to drive as a company, but the company will remain bound by national legislation for environmental protection. There, it's not an optionality. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. The currently strategic stock, the mandate is sitting with SFF. Obviously, when the companies, the bill is passed, obviously that mandate will have to be passed to the new entity in simple terms.
Thank you. Are you satisfied, Honorable Ntlangwini?
Just one follow-up or two, maybe perhaps, Chair. Ma'am, you mentioned Graafrenet. When we are engaging in this community or communities or sending out communication, how do we send it out to this community communities to join this stakeholder engagement? Number one. Number two, besides Graafrenet, give me another town and time and date where in the coastal where you have done your stakeholder engagement. And then the last part, you have said there's an overall analysis or research or whatever the president will do pertaining to boards. Have the president indicated to the ministry as to what is the time frame of that and when will that be done, so that we don't hold on and having an entity and we are done with our work and pass the bill, and then tomorrow the bill does the entity doesn't have boards or anything that is legally for them to do their work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Minister?
the president and the boards. There's one thing that we must never miss. As we work as ministers, we account to the president. And when that power is taken to the president, we'll still have a role. That's why in the earlier question by Honorable Rema, I explained the fact that we do advertise for boards and we get a long list of people who apply. And what we do when we put together a board, we want to get a combination of skills, not the individuals. Half the time, we don't know those members of the board facially. We have not met them. But we look at this, we say, yeah, we need a lawyer. This person is qualified. We say, yeah, we need an accountant. This is a CA, is highly qualified. And here is this, that. And that's what we do. And I would imagine that even if the president can take and own that responsibility, that process will not change. Because the most important thing is that if we begin to appoint people as we know them, we weaken the boards. And one of the things I always post here is that one of the things about all the boards in my portfolio, all of them are performing. That's why we have clean audits and unqualified audits, everybody. Because I'm not responsible for that, boards are. They do the operation, they run the company, they ask the questions. And I would imagine that even if the role of the minister and the role of the president can be changed, that responsibility will not change.
Thank you, Minister. So on the towns, we can submit the list of the towns in writing, but maybe let me say this. Actually, particularly in the Eastern Cape, where we're seeing a lot of the objections and the court cases, we were actually led by Minister, and Minister gave us an approach to follow. He said, let's visit all the 7 kingdoms in the Eastern Cape. And on all 7, he was present leading us. So we visited and consulted all the 7 across the entire province. And of course, we consulted the other provinces as well, but the names of the towns we can definitely submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mani.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Let me foreground my questions by saying I'm still traumatized by the Section 79. It's not your fault. I'm still traumatized by the Durban Port Terminal that's being sold. Now, I'm very nervous sitting here that we've got a government that is busy selling off the people's assets. So, Minister, the question is, in this bill, they are almost like dual reporting of sorts. One, you are the shareholder minister here on the one side. Yeah, on the one side. But in the bill, it's also stated that there will be some reports to Parliament. So I don't know actually what is the power balance of this, whether as Parliament were just report gatherers and so on. So I wanted to just check if is there a specific provision, will there be a specific provision in the bill that will empower Parliament to approve, to hold or to reverse decisions of Sunpack Company, including asset transfers and strategic transactions? And if no such exists, how does the minister reconcile this with Parliament's constitutional obligation to exercise effective oversight rather than merely noting decisions taken by the executive, as we have seen with these other 2 examples I've made? That's the first thing. Secondly, again, with the SAA experience, the issue of the transfer of petroleum assets, rights, and interests through ministerial directives, the question there is, what are the legally prescribed safeguards, including, for instance, issues of independent authority responsible for the valuation? Will there be such a thing? Will there be any mandatory external or parliamentary approvals required, or to prevent arbitrary, irrational, or irregular transfers of state assets, as I think is currently happening with in the Durban port environment. It's a real mess happening there. So we don't want in addition to that. So that's the second question. Thirdly, last question. In terms of the fiscal exposure and state risk, what is the total projected fiscal exposure of the state arising from the establishment and operation of SANPAC over the medium-term expenditure framework, including the three things: 1, initial capitalization; 2, contingent liabilities; 3, guarantees. So trying to understand as to are there any statutory limits and reporting obligations to ensure fiscal discipline and transparency. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Mani. Honorable Minister.
I think Honorable Mani must internalize the question of the separation of powers in the three arms of the state. Parliament has a particular role, Cabinet has a particular role, and Parliament has oversight over Parliament. That's why when you go on oversight trips, I don't go with you.
No. Parliament does not have oversight over Parliament.
Over the executive.
Yes.
Yeah, over the executive. That's why when you go on oversight, I don't go with you. And I'm conscious about that. It's not an accidental incident, because you are doing oversight on what I do. That's why you have a right to call me to a portfolio committee after you have done your oversight. And I don't think there will be any difference in this particular matter. Once Parliament is allowed to do operations, it will forfeit its power to do oversight. Allow our operations to be done by us, you do oversight, you summon us to your committee, you ask us difficult questions, we try to answer them. I want to leave that one up, the question of the shareholder versus Parliament. Parliament is doing oversight, we are operational, very much so. And if we commit mistakes, you summon us here, you ask us the difficult questions.
Minister, there was a question that was asked about the transfer of assets through ministerial directives. I think all transfers, there are processes that are defined in the PFMA that if assets, etc., needs to be transferred, there's I think part of the section 54 that has to be followed. So it's not a sole directive that goes. There's a process that has to be followed, and obviously the board has the responsibility, in line with the Companies Act, to do an assessment and advise the minister accordingly. So I believe that there are safeguards in place to make sure that whatever directives that go through, those who are supposed to implement them apply themselves in the process. And then there was a question around the physical exposure. As things stands, the SAF group does not depend on any funding from the fiscus, and the process currently is being undertaken without any expectation that the fiscus will have to come in at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mani, are you satisfied? Thank you very much. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. Mandibulise, Minister, Department, colleagues. Minister, on the first part about the fuel price increases, I think what the people want, it is more of a government that shows that it is sympathetic to their suffering, a government that will somewhat respond and not act or speak as if it does not have some power, especially in light of how some companies have wanted to profit from the increase. For example, the airlines have had over 60 or 70% increase in their fuel surcharge as a result of this particular crisis. And that is against what the fuel levy is. The fuel levy cut is up until the end of May, yet some of the price increases by these airlines goes up until end August. So I think what you need to explain to South Africans is what are you going to do as a department to protect South Africans from this crisis that we have, especially from companies that want to profit from the crisis. When it comes to the bill, I just want to check a few things. The first one, it's when it comes to NetLeg, has the bill gone to NetLeg and was there consensus with the partners there? And the second issue, it was raised by Honorable Ntlangwini in the sense that when SANPEC becomes a standalone entity, what then becomes of CEF? Because if the bill is passed, it means AEMFC and PASA will go under SANPEC, and then what then will become part of what then will be happening to CEF? Thank you. Dabona uniknik intloko.
Thank you, Honorable Zungula. Honorable Minister.
And for Mr. Japan. No, the only three entities that have gone to SANPEC, Petro SA, IGAS, and SFF. Everything else remain with SEF. Okay, so SEF will be much smaller. SANPEC will be a standalone company, but SEF will remain an entity. As you go on, PASA and others will remain there. But let me leave that. I think the DG and the DGG will do that. Let me explain this thing. You know, 2 days ago, I was talking to one worker who used the term poor. And I had to take this worker through to make a distinction between the poor and the middle strata. It's not the same. There can be poor middle strata, but the word poor as referring to the working class is a wrong definition. Like, for example, the fuel price will affect the working class in terms of the bus fares, but the actual price increase and all those has impact on the middle strata, those who own these vehicles and run them. Those are the people who pay the price. And I said to this worker, with e-tolls, you use the same argument of the poor who own no vehicles, but you hit the desperation of the middle strata on the poor. And I think we should avoid that, because if we do that, we're going to use the working class and the poor as the victims when actually benefits go to the middle strata. But I want to leave that the team will answer all those. For example, jet fuel. No poor uses aeroplanes. It's you and me who use aeroplanes. Let's never use the desperation that we have in using aeroplanes and project it as affecting the poor. It's not affecting the poor, it's affecting you and me. That's why the price of jet fuel is not an issue for the poor, it's an issue for you and me, the middle strata. Okay. Asibayeka abantu bahluphekayo. Singazimeli ngabo xa sifuna ukukhalazela into zethu.
Except that the price of cooking oil, eggs,
Yes, but jet
bread
fuel has
and
nothing to do
everything,
with cooking oil.
will impact on the poor.
What is linked to the jet fuel is paraffin. Then it affects the poor there. It affects the poor there.
Yeah, maybe let's leave the ideological debate.
Minister, with your permission, if I may just add that as part of the, maybe just to report that as part of the task that you have been given by Cabinet, in addition to managing the situation around ensuring that there is fuel in the country, the minister is leading a team of ministers that are looking at interventions as a result of these fuel challenges that we find ourselves in terms of how can the government use various instruments to cushion the poor. The DTIC is leading that work, and the work is advanced, and the proposals will go to cabinet, where obviously that work is looking at measures beyond intervening at the pump, because there is a clear understanding that I think the points that are raised around the price of food, etc. So there is work that is being done. So the work and the minister is leading at the ministerial level in that regard. So I thought I should just share that as part of the work that the department is doing in appreciating the pressure that comes with this increase in fuel prices. DTG, you can respond to NETLEC issue.
Thank you, Minister. So given that this bill is a founding bill, we're developing a founding legislation to establish an entity. We deliberated and we did not run the bill through the entire NETLEC process in the NETLEC committees, but we did engage with the NETLEC constituencies, Labour, BUSA, a number of them. And really the reasoning was the nature of the bill, that it's just a founding legislation to establish an entity of the state.
Ozungula, this is a caring government, okay?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Zungula, are you satisfied?
No. Minister, when I was very clear, I said the impact on citizens. When Auzamubaleka, you are trying to make a distinction about the poor, middle strata, etc. Whereas my question was the citizens, because whether it is the middle class, they are affected about on the increase in fuel prices. So that is why I'm asking, what is the government going to do to protect them? Because they also deserve protection. They are not insulated in terms of struggle simply because they are not poor. The second issue, Minister, is that there are companies, especially the airlines, that will abuse or want to profit from the crisis. What is done to protect them, to protect citizens from such? I asked a question about CEF. What is the future plans from the department when it comes to CEF after this bill has passed? That has not been answered. And then the last issue when it comes to NETLEC, is there a report then from NETLEC that says there was consensus, there was engagement with all of the partners? Because NETLEC, according to its role, any bill that will have economic impact in terms of citizens or the economy of the country, it is legislated that it must pass through NETLEC. Now, it is not a case whereby if it's convenient or it's not convenient, it is a must that the bill must pass through NETLEC before coming to Parliament. So that is the nature of my question relating to NETLEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I want to greet Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG colleagues. I wanted to just talk to the jet fuel issue and to say that globally, there are two challenges right now. One is jet fuel, availability thereof. The second one is diesel. We're all competing for diesel. There is no problem with petrol globally. So that then is translating into the price. The price of jet fuel has gone up 100% since the war started. And to be honest, the airlines have absorbed most of that 100% because that's what they are having to pay. If members would note that some airlines in the Americas, in Europe, are opting to cut destination because they can't afford jet fuel. So most of the jet fuel was sourced from the Middle East, Arab Gulf countries. So they are no longer able to supply not only South Africa, but the rest of the world. We are fortunate in this country that we are still jet fuel secure. But of course, the price has increased. So I think the choice in as far as governments has been, do you risk shortage of supply or try and absorb the higher prices? And that's the choice. So those are the only two choices. And this is why I think government has then decided to reduce the fuel levy by 70% in trying to make sure that there is sufficient supply, but there is something done to then cushion citizens. So I think all I wanted to say is that those are the stark choices. And I think the choices that South Africa has made is actually shocking other economies, because other economies, big economies in Asia, have gone to a 4-day working week. Others are contemplating 3 days because of shortage of supply. We're nowhere near that. So that, I think, is the balance that has had to be struck, and I think the minister has led that quite well. Thank you.
uZungu uyawathanda amagwala. Akho nto bathenja ngabantu ababalekayo. Now, thina bantu badala sakwazi nokubaleka, asina reason yakubaleka. All I'm trying to give you a homework to do as an MP. Make a big distinction between the fuel price and the cost of living. The cost of living, if one had a different debate and a different approach to deal with cost of living, particularly administered prices. For example, if you have a fuel increase, which is a function of war, and you also increase electricity, it's something that the government can be engaged on, because that is a cost of living. If the price of water is increasing, it's not a function of the price of petrol that there is increase in water. It's a different process, which means administered prices can be regulated and ameliorate the impact on the people. All I was trying to make a distinction for you is that masingasebenzisi poor to cushion the middle class. Masias, but this is having a direct impact on the middle class, and we want to address it as such. Singasebenzisi the broad term ye-poor, ingathi poverty sisacholo, ayontohomba i-poverty. Into ebuhlungu kakhulu, siyayazi thina.
Thank you. Honorable Senna.
Chair, the question about CEF has not been answered.
Okay, yes, you're right.
It was answered first time that only 3 entities of SEF are in the Sandbag. The rest remain with SEF. Only Petro SA, IGAS, and SFF are in Sandbag. All the other entities remain with SEF.
Chair, it seems as if the minister is refusing to understand my question. My question is, what is the plans for CEF after the bill has come to pass? Thank you.
You know, in my discussion with SEF, I said to them, you are a holding company, I've said to them. Any holding company is, by definition, must be small and marginal, but have cutting-edge skills. That's what happens generally in the economy. And that's what SEF should do. it would upgrade the skills capacity, and appreciate that it will be a smaller entity, a holding company that intervenes in subsidiaries. When those subsidiaries run out of ideas, they must get the ideas from SEF, because SEF must have top class skills, and that is what we're investing in.
Thank you. Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me greet the Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and everyone in the room. Chair, I want to start by saying to the Minister, when you say to us there is no problem in terms of fuel in South Africa, I think your department needs to work hard, because this has created a serious panic in our communities. Every Monday when I'm in the constituency office, there will be 2, 3, 4 community members who comes to the office to say, Lena Parliament, Laring, what are you saying? Because now we are going to run out of fuel. So your department needs to work hard to communicate to the public the correct information. DDG, thanks for the presentation. You spoke about benchmarking with other countries, but I did not hear you mentioning the international state-owned petroleum companies which you used as benchmarks, and also the key lessons learned, the successes or failures from those particular companies or countries. Can the department also outline the key concerns raised during public consultations on this bill, specifically indicate how each of those concerns have been addressed or incorporated in the bill? And then, Chair, Section 3 provides that where this act conflicts with other legislation, specifically relating to the functions of the company, this act prevails. Has a conflict analysis been conducted already, identifying where Section 3 will override those statutes? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
One of the issues to address, Honorable Sen, was the question of panic communication. You know, when a person walks out, there was a professor from UWC who walked out and said, I've met the fuel companies, there will be a shortage of petrol next week, and there was no shortage of fuel that week. And we actually cautioned against panic communication, where people exaggerate the crisis and cause society to panic. We must communicate facts, and that's why we encourage the DG and the DDG that, listen, you will communicate regularly from time to time to manage the panic. And that is happening. And when I was talking to them, they were having their own doubts. And I had to explain it in details that if you don't do that, somebody else will develop the narrative and you will respond to a narrative that is not yours. And they appreciated that. And I think your input here on fuel supply and panic fits there. In the communication that we issued at the beginning, we explained that 40% of our fuel supply is secured wholly because we source crude oil from Africa and Atlantic Basin. There is no crude oil that we source from the Middle East. It is processed product that we supply from the Middle East, which is 60%. So when we talk of our cargo being held back in the Strait of Hormuz, we're trying to meet the 60% gap left by our processing by the two refineries that we're having and Sasol. The rest of them is self-reliant, and the 60 is imported. That's why we're quite attentive to what is happening on forward order of imports. But DG.
No, thank you, Minister.
Before that, just clarity, Minister, you keep saying two refineries and Sasol. Which two refineries are there?
It's Natref and the Cape Town refinery. Natref is in Sasol, but Sasol does something extra in terms of coal processing into fuel.
Okay.
So
I thought Natref is Sasol.
no, we separate Natref from the Sasol process.
Okay.
Minister, I just want to maybe amplify and comment on the issue around communication, and indicate that I think in the last month or so since the conflict in the Middle East, I think as a department, I want to argue that I think we've been out there, especially on major TV stations and radios at officials level more than we have been in a very, very long time. I think almost every day, if I'm not mistaken, there has been an official dealing with issues related to fuel being interviewed in various media platforms. We have also tried to up our game when it comes to social media. Unfortunately, the biggest challenge has to do with social media because its prevalence and access, that's where misinformation tends to be prevalent and takes place. And that's an area that we are obviously trying to cover. But I just wanted to indicate that we do take serious the need to be out there and communicate, and we have been doing that, and not just as a department. We have actually been coordinating with industry. You would have seen that the messaging that has been coming through has been consistent between government and industry in a very, very long time. If you listen to what FIASA puts out versus what the government puts out, the message has been consistent. What has also been confusing to obviously a lot of members of the public had to do with what we explained as local logistical challenges. And not only that, you've also had issues of bilateral contracts where basically parties, especially in the bulk buying space, would have contractual dispute, and those would be put out there as if it's a bigger problem, whereas it would have been a difference in terms of the commercial arrangements between those two parties. And we have been out there trying to clarify this to make sure that there's very, very little misinformation around what is prevailing out there. And so our communication has always been accurate, and we have always communicated the real state of the situation to the public.
Thank you, Minister. So I'll respond on the benchmarking question and the public comments. So earlier on, I made reference to examples such as countries like Norway, Saudi, Ghana, Nigeria. So in all these countries, we're benchmarking, looking at their national petroleum companies. In Brazil, for example, Petrobras, which is their state-owned company, and we do have that benchmarking report, which shows us how do they, or how are they structured, or how are they positioned. And then the public comments, how were they incorporated? So when we do consultations and when we publish the bill and we receive written comments, we write them down, we create a column document where we capture all of them. And we write this specific comment in relation to section so-and-so came from so-and-so, and then we will have our response. And then we will have bilaterals during that consultation period. And from there on the column document, that's where we say this is how we will update the bill. And so the updates would then be incorporated before we submit it to the Chief State Law Advisor. And then the conflict analysis. So this clause is written within the confines of scope and functions, given that this entity is meant to be the national petroleum champion, national petroleum company for the country. So it's in relation to that, to say there'll be no other entity that will compete with it in that space. So it's written in that context.
I can only make a recommendation, Honorable Chair. Lead the portfolio committee to SASOL. They will see a separate process to NATREF and also see what we call the destoning plant in SASOL, which actually washes and removes stone from coal to improve the quality of coal. It was dedicated for export supply. It is now domestically used. If you can take the portfolio committee to visit SASOL, they will have a clearer picture between the distinction between SASOL and NATREF. They are two different entities.
Okay, it means we'll repeat the visit because we went there both in what is the other Mpumalanga and the Free State one? Yes, we did. Secunda and Sasolburg. Honorable Senator, do you have a follow-up?
Chair, it's not really a follow-up. I just want to request the DG, when you do the communication, also accommodate all languages so that the people, everyone can understand the messaging that you'll be communicating to our people, because Sekgowa only will not reach the person from Ngobo. Thank you, Chair.
As you struggle to say Ngobo, it's okay. Honorable members, I will take Honorable Mufukeng, who was last, and then I will take Honorable Hassan, who was late, and take Honorable Zondi, who was late, and take Honorable Nchabeleng, who was also late, and then I will entertain an afterthought, one follow-up afterthought question from Honorable Mani and Honorable Selepe. Honorable Senne, can you keep order while I step outside a bit? Can you proceed, Honorable Mfuke?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, DDGs, and everyone present. Chairperson, my question relates to slide 9, where it is indicated that the holders are required to offer certain volumes on commercial terms on SANPEC for strategic petroleum stocks. I would like to know how has this provision been accounted for in the bill, and what provisions or clause will be central in the implementation of this provision? Thank you, Chair.
Minister, I'm the interim chair.
I will allow the team to respond to that technical question.
Thank you, Minister. I didn't quite get the second part. With interim chair, with your indulgence, if I can get the second part, then I'll respond.
Okay, DDG. No. Okay. I would like to know how has this provision been accounted for in the bill, and what provisions or clause will be central in the implementation of this provision? Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, DDG.
Thank you, Minister. So the provision for private operators or producers to make available certain volumes flows from the Upstream Petroleum Resources Development Act, which dictates that oil and gas companies will have to avail certain stocks to SANPC for security of supply purposes, for strategic reserves purposes, on commercial terms. And that on commercial terms, we had to put it there because industry raised it when we were consulting to say it mustn't sound like they will be expected to sell petrol or diesel or oil or gas to SANPC at discounted prices. So we are saying to fulfill that mandate of SANPC holding strategic stocks, private companies must avail those volumes as and when required, but it must be on commercial terms. And it's really a security of supply issue. The second part, I think, is also pretty much covered because it flows from the existing act. And this will just give effect to it because SANPC will be responsible for holding those strategic stocks. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Mufokeng, are you covered?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to make three points. I want to follow on from Honorable Sinne's point. If you recall, during COVID-19, there was no crisis or shortage of toilet paper, but there was an artificial shortage created because members of society felt and they were worried that because of COVID, there wouldn't be supply chains, there wouldn't be things on the shelves. And what happened is people went to panic buy. And effectively what they did is they created a shortage, artificially so, when there was none. And obviously we managed this very quickly as government, etc. But the point that I'm making here is that when people perceive a problem, they react in a particular way. And if they perceive there to be a shortage, or they perceive there to be a challenge, or they perceive there because there's a price hike, we may not get access, they act in a particular way that may cause an artificial shortage. Now, I acknowledge what DG said a few minutes ago in responding to other honorable members, that there are a number of factors. There were bilateral contracts, there were logistics and supply chain issues, etc. But I'm one of those people who on the day of the increase went from garage to garage to garage looking for diesel. And there's a number of people that went through that. And I had discussions because I'm going to different garages with different managers. And one of the things that came out of that discussion is that a number of different managers indicated they had, for example, ordered 10,000 liters of diesel from a particular oil major, and only 4,000 was delivered. Now, of course, we can make an argument on the logistics, and I think there's an argument there. But what is also coming out, and this is what my question really is around, what safeguards are in place to prevent oil majors and various levels of the supply chain from withholding stock and only delivering when the price is higher and therefore the margin of money to be made more? Because we can hide behind, and I don't mean this as government, I mean this is the private sector, they can hide behind this idea that logistically they were not prepared, but the entire country, and in fact the entire world knows that there's a crisis. And you're telling me that the oil majors don't have a plan. Of course they have a plan. And so we need to find ways as the state to intervene, because what is happening is that they're exploiting the current crisis for profit margin. And that's something that we need to, as the state, intervene on and protect consumers. Of course, there are consumers that are commercial, but household consumers as well. I mean, Minister, you mentioned it earlier, there's a cost of living crisis. But when the fuel price goes up, taxi fare goes up, and that hits the poorest of the poor. And that's something that we really need to look at, how we find a way. Similarly, I also want to know, DG, you spoke about the diesel price, and I did a very quick deep dive research here, that there's of course a benchmark and it's regulated on a wholesale level, but not on a retail level. And I can understand why this was done before, to promote economic growth, different types of opportunities in the private sector. But is this not something for us to rethink beyond the white paper? And I say that because while we are exposing the vulnerabilities of our energy security issue with the war in Iran, it's exposed a much greater structural issue, which we all know in this room, and that is our lack of refining capacity. And so even if the Strait of Hormuz is completely opened, I know it doesn't affect us politically speaking, but let's say the strait is fully opened and the crude oil price stabilizes. The reality of the matter, one of our largest imports in the country is diesel. And it's going to take a very long time for those issues to be resolved. So I'm making a more broader point here, that we need to structurally relook at how we put forward the pricing levy, particularly on diesel, because I think there's a space for us to cushion not only the poor, not only those who are, like I mentioned, tax-free, etc., but also around manufacturing, around agriculture, around the big consumers in that way. And then the last point around the communication on this. We agree with you, DG Minister, and we want to welcome and appreciate that your communication has been better than in the past. And to the CEF group, I see Group CEO and a number of the officials are here as well. We want to appreciate that. But I think we need to also treat it almost as we did the height of load shedding. So the more we communicate, the more we can manage panic buying, the more we can manage perceptions, the more we can actually get out there, even though it's the same message. We say this very often in our organizations, same message, many voices. We need to keep on doing that because the more we keep calm the society and communication is high, I think we're going to be able to manage this better. So I'm suggesting, of course, not informing because there's a separation of powers, but I'm suggesting that we have regular press briefings as CEF, regular press briefings as the department, in addition to the media interviews that are going on, almost taking through the country, again, step by step. I know you've said it before, but we need to keep saying it until every South African on the side of the road knows how the petrol price works, knows that there is no shortage in fuel, but knows that there is a challenge on refining capacity. And these are the steps that we're going to do more broadly going forward to deal with it. So that, Chair, that was on the issues that are before us. I want to very quickly mention my SANPAC questions. There's only 2 of them. But I thought it was important to start with the most important.
And just bear in mind that our rules are applying. So the responses in that 10 minutes that you have
I'll be quick.
may disadvantage you.
No, thanks, Chair. Very quickly, this is around sovereign debt guarantees to access capital markets. Normally, that's what state-owned petroleum companies do. You mentioned other countries as well. Will SANPAC be able to raise the commercial debt without a sovereign guarantee? And if so, will those guarantees be issued and quantified in the medium-term fiscal framework? And very quickly, slide 8 talks to asset transfers through those ministerial directives and transition periods, etc. And section 30.2 also provides that the assets, rights, liabilities of IGES, PetroSA, and SSF are now going to be vested on SANPAC on commencement automatically. Have these procedures actually been completed? Because we're worried about the lack of valuation. I'm worried about the due diligence issues and the compensation processes. So if those procedures have not been completed, when are they going to be completed by exactly and don't exist in the bill? How is the department going to protect the integrity of the transfer process? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, honorable members, just be on a caution that we still have a 42-page presentation after this one.
Yeah, there are 2 things that I will comment on and leave the rest to the team. Panic buying. Panic buying is a reality. That there is going to be an increase next week. We buy as much as we can now. That impacts on the supply. It's the same with sellers who withhold product in anticipation of profits next week. That's a reality. It's a practice that we're trying to manage, but it's out there in the market. But let's allow the team to respond to that. The second one is a perceived problem. One of the things that is important about communication is that we are correcting a situation where South Africa is the most misinformed society in the world. It follows propaganda more than facts. And therefore, regular communication, try to address that and appreciate that there's a bigger gap to address of people who actually follow narratives than facts. And that is the impact of the old system of the media in South Africa. It has not changed much. And therefore, our people will follow narratives more than they follow facts. So if you try to supply facts and Honorable Manye says that is not the issue, this is the issue. People will follow what Honorable Manye says without testing the facts, and something that we should correct in the country. Can I leave the rest to the team?
Thanks, Minister. I think, Chair, many of the points that were raised under communication were suggestions, and we note them more than and we take them. The point around diesel, I think out of this crisis, there are many lessons learned. Some are already resulting in work that we are doing in adjusting some of the pricing rules, etc. And yes, we also recognize that there is considerations to be made around how we deal with diesel going forward. As DDG indicated that there is more competition when it comes to diesel in terms of where you source it compared to other forms such as specifically petrol. So there are lessons learned, and there are things that we'll be looking at as the department and will put forward. So we agree there. Also note the point that's made around us having to consider press briefings more than as part of supplementing the interviews and the communications that we have been doing. Maybe DDG, there's two questions on the bill. There's one around SNPC and the ability to raise that and guarantees. I think when it comes to guarantees, obviously that's the domain of National Treasury, and they generally deal with this on a case-by-case basis. So it will be a bit difficult at this point in time to say whether that will be a given or not. They will look at the number of factors and look at where the entity will be at that particular point in time when they apply. It's very difficult to get a general agreement from Treasury when it comes to guarantees based on experience. They look at it on a case by case. And I believe if there's a case and the entity is making a case and they can support it, Treasury will look at it favorably. And so that's how I can respond to that part. DDG, you can respond to the last one. Minister, with your permission, there's a specific question around asset transfer. Where is it in terms of the process? I see the Senpex CEO, I saw him earlier in the room. If he can maybe comment there with the latest information.
Good afternoon, good morning, Chair, and good morning, Honorable Minister and honorable members. Thank you, DG. So the process of asset transfer, just maybe earlier question, there is a process of evaluating assets. We actually have agreed that assets will be transferred at arm's length. So there will be evaluation. Those evaluations have been done on some of the assets from SFF and Petro SA. We have not transferred all the assets, but we have actually moved people. So the ones which have not been transferred, we're still going through the governance process to make sure that there is compliance with PFMA to actually be able to transfer those assets. Most of the assets that have been moved across, they are on the lease and assign. We are actually leasing them for time being, but operating them as SNPC. Thank you, Chair.
That's the response, Minister.
Honorable Chair, that's it.
Thank you. In your 1 minute, do you have a follow-up?
I think perhaps, Chair, just to appreciate Minister and the team's comments and to have more regular updated briefings from yourselves, even if they're short virtual ones to the Portfolio Committee, because we get a barrage of concerns from members of our communities. And I think it's that we don't have the information to really keep them calm. So I think if we can keep this going, Chair, even if it's short half-an-hour briefings here and there virtually throughout this crisis, especially ahead of the May increase, it will be very important for us to get the message out. Thank you.
What is your reaction to the suggestion?
It's a suggestion that we must take home.
Thank you.
And implement.
Thank you. Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to try and be quick, and apologies for coming late. I was under the impression that the meeting was starting at 9:30. Chair, This is a third bill that seeks to centralize the ownership and direction of key state-owned entities into larger umbrella companies. The first was the National State Enterprise Bill, and the second was the South African National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency Limited Bill, which was called the Water Bill. It's concerning when key SOEs are being centralized into larger and less transparent holding and umbrella companies. These SOEs are capable of being managed individually under the banner of their respective ministries, ensuring greater transparency and decentralized oversight. The DA remains in favor of leaving the existing decentralized framework in place, ensuring greater accountability and sector-specific governance. There still remains a clear need to reconsider which SOEs are strategic and which must be considered for unbundling or private sector entry, reducing the burden on taxpayers and improving their overall governance. With regards to clause 10 of the bill, the current geopolitical climate is incredibly complex, in particular the ongoing war in Ukraine, the tensions in the Middle East, as well as the polarization of international diplomacy around USA and the Russian Federation. All of these impact South Africa's energy security in one way or another. Clause 10 is too open-ended. It's recommended that this clause be reconsidered and, if possible, be redrafted to allow for parliamentary oversight in the event that the company seeks to enter into investment or joint venture agreements with foreign companies. The Gazprom Bank Petro SA debacle has telling lessons in this particular scope. In many countries, the energy provision and infrastructure are considered to be matters of national security interest. Now, I want to go into clause 17, subsection 2. It's wise that the minister should, it's not wise that the minister should be
Honorable
granted-
Zondi, with the greatest respect, we have said that it's a high-level presentation and we must comment at that level. The clause by clause will come and we'll have an opportunity to go through it. And I can see you are now dealing with clause by clause.
Sure, Chairperson. That is absolutely fine. I do know that we're still going to have our chance with the bill, but I also just want to ventilate certain aspects of the bill here while we have the ministry. I do not think it's wise that the minister is granted powers to remove board members. I think such unchecked power to remove members of the company's board run the risk of abuse for political ends. So I think the suspension or removal must go hand in hand with consultations with the board, the CEO, and the chairperson, and indeed perhaps with a view requiring the board's agreement with such removal. But if you have it vested in the minister alone, I do not trust that this wouldn't be open to abuse. And this is not a slighted you, Minister. If we're writing laws, we have to look at the future. Maybe the following minister might not be as kind-hearted as you might. The issue of the minister also having the powers to make regulations by notice in the government gazette, I think it should be made explicit that the minister is required to make such regulations available for public consultations or public comment prior to their commencement. In the bill, it is not explicit that that is a requirement, and I do think that is problematic. It was good to see that the part where the determination of rights by the minister, which was originally Section 9, has been removed, because I thought that was quite problematic. So it's good to see that that has been indeed removed. No, Minister, it's good that it's been removed. I'm glad.
You know, Honorable Zondi, I want us to be careful with what you are doing now, The reason why I insist that we don't go clause by clause is that we still have the responsibility to go out there and source the views of the communities. Now, if you put your views now or your individual party views now, and you're still going there, we may be accused that we are just doing a tick box exercise when we are doing public hearings, because already you have decided. That's why it comes at the tail end. We must go and source the views of communities and then come back, better them, and then give individual political views at that time. But if we go this way, we will be accused and our processes may be undermined in terms of credibility. I'm just begging you that let's deal with it at a high level, and then at the certain time, you will come and have to influence the committee on the political party views and your individual views. My humblest apology to interject you.
Thank you, Chair. I think you make the assumption that we haven't consulted with our constituencies. These are the views of our constituencies. I can tell you the Democratic Alliance regularly consults with the different constituencies, but I do take your point, Chairperson. Now, Chairperson, it becomes very hard not to go into what has the individual clause that have been presented, because really my questions around the individual clause, and really my comments are around that, but I'll try and stay clear of that. The part about the minister being able to appoint the board chairperson, I think is equally problematic. I think the board members are qualified, or hopefully will be qualified. That will be the reason that they are there. And I think they are very capable of electing a board chairperson amongst themselves. So I don't think there should be involvement of the shareholder in that particular aspect. I say this because we've heard of certain deployment committees that are involved when appointing people and choosing board members. The minister earlier, when I had arrived, did make mention of the process that would be taken to appoint board members. And I asked myself, where exactly does the ANC deployment committee enter there? But I'll leave that comment as a side comment. Then it's also open-ended when it says that, it's in section 9, subsection O. It's open-ended when it gives the minister the power to irrationally encroach into other sectors. Maybe we should find a way of putting that and maybe saying any other petroleum sector related function as opposed to any other function. This places just too much powers in the hands of the minister, and additional functions company would leave this open to abuse. With regards to media statements and communication, where do we get communication around Senpec as the company? I know there's a Twitter page, but I never see any media statements. Can maybe the media statements be shared with the committee and the relevant notices be shared with the committee as well? I think, Chairperson, overall, with regards to this particular bill, I've said it from the start, it's a solution to a non-existent problem. We have companies that can be energy champions, and we should be looking at improving those particular companies as opposed to making a super company that will be very hard to perform oversight on, but also it's not going to be very nimble in terms of its workings in the market because it is just too big. We should be looking towards unbundling instead of bundling again and having state control. I think the private sector should be given more leverage to operate. Obviously, there are strategic functions that that the state needs to maintain for national security. But overall, I do think this bill and the formation of this company, it is unnecessary in the scope of South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
I never thought I'll see the day where you complicate my life. You are exactly at 10 minutes. I don't know what to do now, whether, you know, exactly at 10 minutes. I will give you, the minister, a minute to respond.
I choose to avoid giving Honorable Zondi the ANC view on the matter. It's a legislation for the country, not for the ANC. So if he chooses to give me the DA view, that's a different matter. It will come when you go clause by clause, Honorable Lorema. No, we have not. We are giving you a bill that will go to Parliament and it will be processed by the parliamentary processes. Whether it is ANC or whatever. Actually, we find many common views between ourselves and MKP on this matter, as opposed to your views. Now, and I'm worried about DA obsessed with the powers of the minister because it has Gwede Mandashe in mind. Now I'm leaving. I can assure you about that. I know that your leader has said if he can be a president, the first task he will do is to fire Gwede Mandashe. It's fine. That's a DA view. But the reality of the matter is that we are writing this for a minister, whoever that will be. Actually, you'll be disappointed to discover that the next minister may be a DA minister. And you will wish that DA let's make an assumption. You will wish that that DA minister would have some powers. Now, problem here, Kukuti, you think that power should only be you and nobody else. And I've read this with the obsession of Trump with Obama, that Trump is obsessed with Obama because he is driven by his superiority of white color in the skin. And we must change that. We have a responsibility to change that and appreciate that the power has nothing to do with color. I don't want to talk to the DA now. The deployment policy of the ANC is a working policy, I can tell you that. Because we took over here, white DGs were less qualified. We've appointed qualified DGs, we've appointed qualified technocrats in the place. They will take time to understand the system, it's not their system. Now, you worry with the DA deployment policy. You want to hide the fact that you do it as well, where you govern. You do it where you govern.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, the last point. Again, there's going to be a big debate between what the state should do and what the private sector should do. Here we have a mixed economy where 70% is in the private hands and 30% in the state hands. We're not going to corrode that 30% because you think that the markets are never committing mistakes. It's a mistake. Markets need mitigation and interference of the state to work well.
Thank you. Honorable Chabele.
Thank you so much and for the opportunity. Honorable executives and the minister, morning. I think my question will go mainly to one or two APPs here, which we must say one is, let's say, I think there was a bit of a foresight on the department.
It goes to?
The APPs.
We're dealing with that presentation next.
Oh, okay, fine. No, I wanted to ask a question on that one, it's fine. But let me deal with this issue on currently the challenges on the fuel and petroleum supply. And maybe the minister can help us with this one particularly. Minister, there's a huge challenge around the BFP process, the model itself. And it's of our view that the model needs review and should be incorporated in one of your APPs as an outcome. Because right now is the price of fuel is determined by the international changes and fluctuation. But we come to a situation where 25 to 30% of our fuel is produced locally. When the fuel is increased for everyone producing, which means you're benefiting local producers at the expense of consumers. You know, where local producers are not impacted by the fluctuation of oil and gas markets. That's number one on that one, right? So I just need some clarity on that. Can we have a situation whereby there will be a proper review of the basic fuel pricing model? And the other question really is, who are these people who decides the basic price changes? Another point to follow up on is, can NATREF be increased in terms of its production capacity? Currently, the partnership with Sasol, can that production capacity be increased? And there's a number of private sector proposals as well that have already, been made in terms of the supply of fuel, swaps agreements, and swapping of crude fuel for refined product. Is the respective entities engaging with these proposals, and what is the progress? A follow-up question as well is, how much strategic refined fuel has South Africa currently in storage? I'm emphasizing this question on the basic fuel price, Minister, because there's a huge discrepancy there, and it really has to be raised. We can't have a situation where consumers are made to pay for something that is locally produced, but actually priced and indexed at an international market and level. So I don't want to exhaust my time. I would more than anything appreciate the inputs and the answers on that one, particularly on this issue and the other questions that I've just raised. Thank you. And by the way, congratulations, Minister, for your foresight on the refineries that you're reopening in Devon and the other projects that you're actually on. We are of the view that is different from DA. We want the state to own and control and be in charge of strategic reserves for fuel production. South Africa must produce fuel and must be one of the key drivers on our assets, to develop our assets for refinery locally, so that we are not impacted by global changes and the Strait of Hormuz issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
I will be visiting the Strait of Hormuz with one of my advisors soon, just to see what is the Strait of Hormuz that is so impactful on fuel pricing. I hope that you will make a proposal to the Treasury to give us money to open those refineries. We're not given that money. We'll have to find that money ourselves to process those refineries. I hope MKP will agree with us on this one. Let me explain that refining capacity cannot only depend on NAPREF. The more the harder we work on SAPREF, the better the situation will be. And at this point in time, it will be a state entity. And it will make a big difference. The
the price of fuel, we can have a view on the price of fuel when we are allowed to drill our own oil. At this point in time, we don't drill our oil, we don't drill our gas, we end up in court every time we touch gas or oil. But we import gas and import oil, but we can't touch it on our shores. That must change. And therefore, NGOs that block us from developing those deposits must be put in their own place. They must do a number of things to get them corrected. Let me leave it to the technical team.
No, thank you, Minister. Maybe I'll just comment and allow DDG Makobela maybe to delve in a bit of details. There is work that we are doing in terms of reviewing the fuel price as a department, and DDG can talk to that. It is local producers are affected by the global fuel price because they use crude oil that is priced and is imported. The key input into the process is crude oil that is priced in the international market and is imported. So their price will equally fluctuate with what is happening in the global market. But I'll allow DG Makobela maybe just to go into a bit of details around how the fuel price is generally determined. Over to you, DDG.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you, Chair. So I think DG has covered the impact that the local refiners feel, because they also have to pay two things. One is the crude oil price, and then the voyage, basically bringing that crude oil price into the country. And it's worse for Sasol. They then have to pay the pipeline cost, transporting the crude from the coast to Sasolburg. So I think it's not, and I think the other thing is that some of the oil majors have got access to crude oil that they produce in the different countries. And currently, that's not a luxury that the likes of Sasol have. So I think we need to also have to strike that balance. But I want to say to honorable members that this, for the globe, or for the world, is the worst crisis ever. For any government, you just need to look at Australia, how they are suffering right now. Close as they are to a China, to a Singapore, but because of the way the fuel is regulated and imports are managed, they are in bigger challenges than we are. So I think that the worst thing you can do when you have a crisis, a global crisis, is to try and change your way of regulation. What that does is that it creates an uncertainty to the importers of fuel in the country, because they don't know what you are working on, how is it going to impact that cargo that I'm supposed to order for June. Whereas when there's certainty, then they are able to say, okay, I can go and get a cargo in Mexico, in the United States, and pay for that additional transport cost of that fuel, because the regulation will allow me to recover what I'm actually spending. So there's certainty, and it's a fine balance, honorable member. Any uncertainty right now will lead us into a shortage immediately. So you can't send signals, wrong signals right now at all. We sit with industry every weekday. for an hour and a half to plan, because our main objective is to keep the economy going. And it's an effort. Those meetings, I'm spending a bit of time, Chair, but those meetings they are robust meetings. If you say you have a cargo coming from somewhere, show us how is this going to impact. So I think all I want to say is that the fuel pricing in South Africa is well managed, and that's why we don't have a crisis. And if we continue along this trajectory, we won't have a crisis. What do we do in the long term? Definitely, there's got to be some tweaking in the medium to long term, but that's after this war has ended. Let's not be tempted to do anything right now. Then on the issue of the people that are determining the price. So in terms of the law, there's one person who determines the price, and that's the minister. And how this is done basically is very transparent. That's why even analysts are able to predict wrongly that the price is going to increase by a certain amount, when we know for a fact that you can't predict the price until at least a week before. Then you know that the averages are not going to change. So there is a system that has served this country well. I think that system, needs to be maintained. There is a need for state intervention. That definitely, greater state intervention. And the state intervenes, for example, in making sure that where company X is not able to bring fuel, then the state can intervene and bring that fuel. Because some of the smaller companies have not been able to bring product because of the high prices, but the industry has been able to then, step in and deal with that. I will leave it here. I'm hoping that I've covered the question and sorry for taking time. Thanks.
No, thanks, DDG. There's just one last question that was asked around, Chair. How much strategic refined fuel in storage? We don't keep strategic refined fuel. Currently, it's crude, and that's why, as a department, we are currently busy with the strategic stock policy with the aim of ensuring that we can prescribe or recommend that there needs to be a refined product buffer or strategic stock in that regard. Thank you, Minister.
Who decide on the price? If you can apply for a seat in OPEC, you will understand how price of fuel is determined globally. It's a cartel. We don't produce oil, we are a price taker.
Thank you. Honorable members, may I persuade you, Honorable Mani, Honorable Slepe, that we move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much for your understanding. Can we now move on to the next presentation? Thank you. I was including you, Honorable Nchabeleng. Just laugh out loud and then we'll proceed.
Over 70, we can't keep certain things for too long.
Yeah, let's go. Do you need 5 minutes? Yeah, let's have a 5-minute comfort break and then we will be back here at 2 minutes past 12. No. 11:32.
Please settle down. We are about to start. Huh? Oh, the chair is here. Please settle down. We are starting the meeting.
Honorable members, can we settle down? Minister, DG, who's doing the presentation? Can we start? Can we start with the meeting? We'll deal with the age later. Honorable members, let's take the presentation from the department on the 2026-2027 annual performance plan and budget allocation. Minister?
Let me give the Director General to present. I will come at the end.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairperson. If we can go to the next slide, please. Chairperson, this is the overview of the presentation. As always, the presentation is mainly into two parts: the technical information and then the financial information, of which I will at that point hand over to the CFO to take the PPC. The presentation, Chairperson, in line with the brief, focuses on presenting our annual performance plan as well as the budget. If I go straight to the overview of the department, Chairperson, the department consists of...
Just a minute, can we close the door?
The department consists of 4 programs following the split of the department. That's program 1, which is administration. Program 2, mineral and petroleum regulation. Program 3, mine health and safety, and then program 4, mining and petroleum policy development. I see says mining and minerals. It's petroleum policy. Chair, If I move to the next part of the presentation, slide 6, this section provides the context under which the APP was developed. The slides are just meant to remind the members in terms of context about the economic contribution, the key challenges facing the sector, as well as the strategic opportunities that the sector are there for the sector. In terms of economic context, I think these are familiar numbers. They don't change much from year to year. The slide just reminds us that on the mining or mineral side, the sector contributes just over 6% or so to the GDP, and the sector generate revenue for the state in the form of royalties as well as taxes, and it's one of the biggest contributors to employment in the country. In terms of what we note as some of the headwinds or the challenges facing the industry is obviously declining physical production in some of the areas of the sector, obviously sometimes driven by the price of commodities. We are also noting that exploration is significantly declining, and here I want to put the rider to say following exploration investment by the majors, the traditional mining companies. And we say this because these numbers generally exclude exploration that is done by what we call the small players, because this information is generally not available in the public domain. Rising energy costs affect the sector as well. The sector is a price taker, so any increase in input costs become a challenge for the mining sector. In terms of opportunities, because of availability of the minerals that are considered critical or strategic, depending on where you are in the world, we see this as a big opportunity for South Africa, specifically around PGMs, chrome, and manganese. And we believe this opportunity should be exploited, and this will be seen in some of the initiatives that we putting forward as part of the APP on how we are proposing that we start to take advantage of these opportunities. We do a similar thing on the petroleum sector, where we highlight or we pick up the economic contributions that the sector is making. We lift some of the key challenges in the sector, and then we highlight the strategic opportunities that will talk to some of the APP targets, or our APP targets will start talking to. In terms of, if I focus on key challenges, I think the discussion earlier and the inputs on the petroleum space started lifting some of the challenges in the space. I won't go through them in detail, but we believe there are opportunities in the space. I think where we find ourselves now, I think supports the case that the department has always been making around the need for us to develop our own resources in terms of oil and gas. It also supports the vision of the department for us to resuscitate some of the refineries that we have in the country. And it also makes a case for us to diversify by going into other forms of fuel, such as biofuels. Chair, if we move to the slides on the strategy at a glance, the strategy was presented last year, so the slides are not necessarily meant to present in detail the department strategy. But here we just want to remind the members that the 5-year strategy was presented last year and the pillars of the strategy. The strategy that we presented last year was obviously in response to external factors underpinning the sector. And we have in these tables under political listed some of those environmental, those factors that would have influenced the strategy that we have developed. Similarly, under economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal. When one looks at these factors underpinning the strategy, one will then be able to see how the department strategy in the form of exploration, beneficiation, environmental stewardship, and compliance is responding to what is out there. I'm going to skip the next slide because it just summarizes what's in the strategy. Chair, in terms of the strategy, we have 5 strategic priorities, which is, and these are the promotion of investment in the mining and petroleum sector, acceleration of transformation in both sectors, environmental sustainability, promotion of regional integration and cooperation, and then strengthening institutional capacity. These pillars are aligned to the 3 strategic priorities of the MTDP, and the bold text just highlights the areas where there is that alignment. Our focus is on ensuring that the activities that we undertake contributes to employment. There is to ensure that they contribute to beneficiation through industrialization and localization, is to ensure that we ensure environmental, we improve investment, is to ensure that there's increase in infrastructure investment, sustainable and supportive, the creation of sustainable and supportive economic policy. And then under priority 2, the alignment is around our activities, ensuring that we contribute to the reduction in poverty and improved livelihoods, skills for economy. And then under priority 3 is aligned in a sense that our activities would ensure that we develop a capable and professional public service. In terms of the MTDP, there are 3 key activities from the department that were included in the MTDP, and this also find themselves in the APP. These 3 key activities that are tracked in the MTDP, it's the increase in the global share of exploration. It's our activities around supporting small-scale mining, and as well as the last one, ensuring that we manage the fuel price as part of a suite of managing administrative prices. Chair, if I go now into the APP, and in line with the department strategic pillars of priority, we on this slide highlight as directed when we receive communication from the secretariat that we needed to show a summary of targets. We indicate that under promoting investment in the sector, we have about 12 targets associated with that, as broken down in those 4 as under those 4 strategic outcomes, which is a coherent and enabling mining and petroleum policy environment, investment in petroleum infrastructure, industrialization and beneficiation, and then streamlining of licensing processes. Under strategic priority 2, we have which is accelerating transformation in the sector. We have 18 targets, and we'll go into the details around breaking this down. And then under environmental stewardship or environmental sustainability, we have 3 targets. The targets on promoting regional integration and cooperation. We previously had 1 target, which tracks the agreements that we have with the various countries. This target has, with the advice, obviously, of the DPME, has been moved to the annual operating plan. It's not sitting in the APP. And then under strengthening institutional capacity and governance, we have 8 targets. I now, Chair, go into those targets in details. Under policy, we have 3 targets, as I've indicated. The first target is that we are aiming to take forward the review of the MPRDA with the objective of obviously addressing the gaps that have been determined. So this is a target that we are committing to in this current financial year. We are also committing to take forward to bring to Parliament the Diamond Amendment Bill that we have advanced in terms of the work that has been done in that regard. The third policy document that we intend to take through the approval process is the strategic stock policy, which we also touched on earlier in the earlier discussion. And as we had indicated there, that the objective under the strategic stock is obviously to ensure that we align the policy to the prevailing circumstances where there is now a greater role played by imported finished product. Under investment in infrastructure, we plan to finalize the review of the fuel price formula as I indicated. And this we will do because we want to ensure that there's alignment of the price. The fuel price formula is reflective of the operating conditions and takes into account some of the key lessons as well out of this crisis that we are currently navigating. Chair, one of the things that we do on an annual basis is, on a monthly basis, is obviously to review and pronounce on the fuel price. So this next target just tracks that work, which is standard work that we do as the department. We are also committing, Chair, under investment infrastructure to complete the petroleum sector development plan, including a pricing framework. In terms of the petroleum development sector plan, the objective here is to develop a national integrated framework to guide strategic repositioning of the sector and to ensure that there's orderly development in terms of infrastructure that is required to sustain the sector going forward. Under industrialization and beneficiation, we have the Junior Mining Exploration Fund, and here we are making a commitment to continue implementing the project and monitoring those that we had previously awarded funding and making sure that they graduate to the next level. We also make under beneficiation, we make a commitment as a lead department in the implementation of the critical mineral strategy. We commit here to make sure that we make public obviously we have a commitment to present to cabinet progress with regard to the approved implementation plan, and we are therefore making a commitment to make available publicly reports on a quarterly basis in terms of how the implementation of the strategy is basically progressing. Once again, with the work that we're doing around shale gas, we are making a commitment in the APP to produce and make publicly four quarterly reports in line with the reporting that we also do in cabinet of the progress we are making in exploiting shale gas in the country. In terms of the 3 targets associated with streamlining the mining licensing process, we are making a commitment to complete the remainder of the regions in terms of the rollout of the cadastre. And here we're saying 8 regions because we were discounting the Western Cape. I can also report here that over the weekend, we completely we completely migrated from SAMRAD in the Western Cape to the new system. So applications are now, applicants are able to do applications on the new system in the Western Cape fully on that side. So SAMRAD has been switched off in the Western Cape. And we believe that based on that experience, it will be possible to be able to get to the other 8 regions. A lot of time was spent on testing in the last couple of weeks. A lot of time was spent on testing the system in the Western Cape. We are now comfortable that the system is stable and the system works. All that has to happen in the other regions is just to migrate cleaned out data onto the system. And the team has already started preparing work on the next 2 regions that we are focusing on, which is the Free State and KwaZulu-Natal. And then the other target that in the APP that we are committing to here, it's continued processing of applications in terms of mining rights, prospecting rights, and permits in line with the figure that we have indicated there. We do the same on the petroleum side, where we are making a commitment to process 50 new to industry petroleum retail licenses. Under socio-economic development, we make 2 commitments out of those 3 commitments in line with supporting small-scale mining on the back of the budget that we get as the department. And then we also commit to make public 2 reports on a 6-month basis in terms of how the department is implementing gender responsive budgeting in support of the commitments that we've made with the Department of Women around the issues related to gender mainstreaming. Under compliance, there's a large number of targets, as I'd indicated, I think about 18. I won't read through all of them, but these targets are in relation to our monitoring of SLPs in terms of inspections, legal compliance inspections in line with the MPRDA, mine economics inspections, again, in line with the MPRDA, and environmental inspections in line with the MPRDA. We also make commitments under compliance enforcement to undertake inspections and of petroleum retail and wholesale sites, as well as conduct fuel sampling tests. The next slide reflects the commitments that we are making under compliance enforcement in line with the Mine Health and Safety Act and the requirements of the inspectors to ensure that there's mine health and safety compliance by the different licenses. I won't read through the list. The presentation was circulated. Under environmental sustainability, as I said, there's three targets, and those have to do with the work around acid mine drainage, the work that we do with CGS, where we implement mine water ingress control. We also make a commitment to continue to rehabilitate 3 mining sites and then seal 40 unsafe mine holdings. We call them shafts, but it's also sometimes holdings as they are opened by, illegal miners. And this work here is the numbers are determined in line with the budget that we have available. In terms of capable, high-performing entity, we make a number of, we make commitments to a number of targets that have to do with financial compliance, anti-corruption and accountability, and operational efficiency, as well as SOE oversight. Again, I won't go through each one of them, but basically we under operational efficiency, we commit to ensuring that invoices are paid within 30 days. But we further make, to improve our own internal admin processes, we further make a commitment in the APP to digitize some of our admin processes. And this is in addition, admin processes in terms of how we do things. This is in addition to the cadastral, etc. Again, on the slide 26, as I said, we make commitments in terms of targets to ensure SOE oversight, and those are the 3 targets that we have made. Chair, I didn't go into details because in terms of the targets, the information has been shared with the committee with regard to the details around the targets and what exactly we are committing to. I will now, Honourable Minister, hand over to the CFO to speak to issues of budgets in this regard.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, DG. Greetings, Chair, honourable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues present. I'll present the MTF budget over the 2026. The MTF period covers 26-27 to 28-29, so it's a 3-year period. On the slide in front of you, on the left-hand side is the division or the allocation of budgets by program, and on the right-hand side by economic classification. That is the main allocation of how the budget has been divided. For the 26-27 financial year, we have 2.856 billion for the department, split into compensation of employees of 947 million. To derive this budget or to have this budget approved, it had to follow certain principles that have been guided by National Treasury. And under compensation of employees, the guide was that we remain within the baseline, that is, for the 2025 financial year, whatever the headcount was, we had to remain within those limits. Salary adjustments across public institution must be aligned to the service bill management strategy. That is, the wage bill has to be decreasing gradually. So across the departments and entities, they have to consider the medium, long-term remuneration decisions on future budget allocations. So including in the department and the entities have to live within a certain budget when it comes to compensation of employees. Under goods and services, we have 679 million for the financial year 26-27. Here, if there were new funding requirements, the guidance from National Treasury to all national departments that we have to reprioritize internally to fund these additional priorities, and which has been done in the department. Where necessary, funding and this adjustment can be done at the department level and at entity level. Transfers and subsidies have 1.2 billion, and payment for capital assets, 17.4 million. And I will give the changes in these amounts. Taking the biggest share of the budget is mining and minerals policy development of 1.1 billion. followed by Minerals and Petroleum Regulation of 799 million, then Administration of 630 million, then Mine Health and Safety of 276 million, giving you the total of 2.8 billion. Next slide, please. On this slide, what I would like to bring to your attention is the 25-26 financial year compared to the 26-27 financial year. For the last year, we had 2.860 billion. In this financial year, we have 2.856 billion, meaning the budget has decreased by 3.7 million rand. Making up that decrease, just to give you an indication of what it comprises, compensation of employees went up by 41.9 million. In the main, it only covers cost of living adjustments. It has not catered for additional positions. Goods and services increased by 19.4 million. It's across all sectors within the goods and services category. Transfers and subsidies decreased by a net of 65.5 million. The main contributor being IDC. That's for the Junior Exploration Fund. The agreement with National Treasury, the funding was for 2 years only, for 24-25 financial year and 25-26. So in this financial year, there are no funding from Treasury for that Junior Exploration Fund. So that explains the 3.7 million decrease. Next slide, please. In terms of the programs, I have split of how the programs will be receiving their budget. It'll be by compensation of employees, goods and services, transfers and subsidies, and payments. Under administration, we have an overall budget of 630 million rand. Covers the ministry, DG's office, audit services, risk, finance, and corporate services. Mining and Petroleum Regulation branch accounts for 28% of the total budget, which is 799 million. It also includes transfer payments to SA DPMR, PASA, international membership fees, to APA and IDC for assistance to small-scale miners. Mining, Minerals and Petroleum Policy Development branch accounts for 40% of the budget. Sorry, let me just get there. It's 1.5 billion rand. It includes transfers to the state-owned enterprises, Mintech, Council for Geoscience, and membership fees to the Association of African Diamond Producing Countries. Mine Health and Safety accounts for 10% of the budget and covers transfers to the Mine Health and Safety Council. Then I've just highlighted the cadastral mining licensing system as a budget allocation of 16 million for the 26-27 financial year. During the 24-25 financial year, expenditure towards this project was 20.13 million and 12.72 million in the previous financial year. Spending on these activities is through the corporate services and it resides within the administration branch. Next slide, please. Under compensation of employees, I've explained it's 947 million rand, and I will give you on the last slide the headcount that makes up this cost. Under goods and services, the 679 million is broken down into operational funds. That's the funds that runs the department. In the main, it's travel and travel cost, our leases, rental, all of those, including consultants, falls under the operational funds. We also have within this category earmarked projects. To PASA, we will contribute 47 million for the shale gas project. To CGS for the mine rehabilitation research project, 23 million. CGS again for the mine water ingress project of 33.6 million. To Mintech, 140 million for the rehabilitation of mines. And then for the expanded public works, there's 1.3 million for derelict and ownerless mines. All of this resides within goods and services category. Then if you move over to transfer payments of 1.2 billion rand, transfer payments to department agencies, 745 million. Included in this amount is transfers to MQA, SA DPMR, Mine Health Safety Council, and Council for Geoscience. International membership fees, 8.7 million to African Petroleum Producers Organization and the African Diamond Producers Association. Public corporations, we will transfer 359 million. Receiving these funds will be Mintech, IDC for small scale mining, and IDC, a little adjustment that we have there. Transfer payments to private enterprises, it will be to PASA and mine pumping subsidies of 97 million. And there's a small amount of 1.9 million for households. This is in the main for the early retirements and leave gratuities that we pay out. On the next slide, it gives you the breakdown of all the transfers, line by line, for every entity that we make a transfer to. And it gives you the figures over the MTF period. And I won't repeat them because they are just for information. Under transfer payments, some allocations are earmarked, meaning that if we want to make any adjustments to the figures that have already been allocated, we have to go through the Parliament process to have these adjustments tabled and approved. And some of these earmarked transfers within the transfers and subsidies allocation is 70.46 million to South African Diamond and Precious Metals Regulator, 94 million to PASA, 666.9 million to the Council of Geoscience, 328 million to Mintech, and 4.8 million to Mine Health and Safety Council, meaning that we cannot use this funds for anything else other than what it's been allocated or earmarked for. Last slide. One more before, please. Thank you. For the funds we received for compensation of employees, making up that headcount of 1,154 staff, there's active post of 1,084. We have additional to the establishment that was as a result of our NMOC process, but all the staff have been placed in various areas within the department. We have 11. We also have vacant positions of 48, which are in various stages of the recruitment process. National Treasury and DPSA had also issued out an instruction or for early retirements if employees wish to exercise that right. And we did have the first uptake, and it started late last year and ended. Staff actually exited the department in March this year. We have 11 early retirements, leaving us with a total establishment of 1,154 in terms of headcount, giving us an estimated cost of 947 million rand. The budget allocation has been short by 56,000, but this will be made up through savings through our vacancies that happen throughout the year. And it's important to note that included in this budget, we do not have any space for additional positions. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, CFO. Chairperson, this slide just summarizes the budget information that the CFO presented. And on the right-hand side, it just highlights, again, the number of targets associated with each program. But I think what's important to note on the budget, Chairperson, is that about 1.2 billion of the money that comes through the department immediately leaves the department. And there's only about 1.6 billion that is left in the department for administration. So almost 50%, just under 50% of the budget of the department consists of money that does not necessarily even come into the department. In conclusion, Chairperson, if you look at the work that we continue to do, we are continuing to focus on the same areas that we focused on before, with main focus on ensuring that we enforce compliance in the sector and we support investment. We are mainly limited by the budget. I know there are always questions that come up in terms of scaling up some of the areas, specifically mine and health and safety from a compliance point of view. We will, in the medium term as a department, continue to focus on our mandate to support the sector. In this current financial year, we are hoping to finalize the new structure of the department, following the fact that what we have currently is what we call the startup structure. And on the back of that, we are hoping to also use that process to go and motivate to National Treasury for them to rethink the budget allocation to the department. Minister, I want to stop here.
Leo Chairperson, we won't be budgeting.
Thank you very much, Minister and DG and the CFO. Honorable members, there you have it. Any take? I must say that we have until 1:30. We won't go beyond that. So let's, I'll start with Honorable Ntangwini, Honorable Senne, Honorable Silepe, Honorable Zungula, Honorable Mani, Honorable Mufukeng, and Honorable Zondi. Let's go.
Thank you, Chair. You are really putting me on the corner. I want to check, DG, you have mentioned that there are some programs that you will digitize within the department. Besides the program of the licensing, which other aspects or components of the department are you going to digitize? And how much will that cost the department in terms of costing? And then I see on the social labor plans, there are 212. I think that is that have been looked into in terms of or investigated or oversight was done over them, the 212, against how many permits or mining houses that are operating are those 212. And do we have effective staffing that will be able to overlook if there's a shortfall within that? And then I want to look in terms as well, the petroleum sampling and how many as well companies are posing of licenses vis-a-vis the samplings that we are doing. Is there any efficiencies? Are we having the inspector components in that as well? And when we did our oversight visit, Minister, in Eastern Cape specifically, one of the programs or problems that came up there, because we visited a site where an illegal mine was operating from, is the issue of the inspectors that are having to do this work to look into illegal mining. What is the department going to do? Because there was indicated by the RM that there is a shortfall in terms of staffing, in terms of the inspectors that have to do this oversight work. And then there's another part that I don't see, maybe perhaps in your report, it's a part that we have also seen that there's not enough storage capacity for those when they are going out to the site and find this illegal mines operating. Where do we keep those equipments and the storage facilities to keep to keep those equipments? Because I don't see it. Maybe perhaps in the budget that a provision is made for that. What is the likelihood that we can look in terms of it? And then I think maybe perhaps also just on a broader scale in terms of the overall staffing of the department. As the DGF said, they are looking in terms of digitizing. How will that implicate or have an effect in terms of the staffing? Will you need more staffing or less staffing? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Let me give the team, I will take whatever is left.
I'll take some of the questions and then I'll allow DDG Makobel to speak to the questions around the SLP and petroleum sampling. I'll take the first question and the last question together on digitization. The focus on digitization is more internal admin. As things stands in the department, submissions and approvals to the minister, to myself, is still paper. And sometimes it takes time because when people are not in the office, it means things get stuck. So that is the area that we are focusing on. From a cost point of view, what we have done is we actually, because we are using Microsoft for many of our platforms, we actually approach Microsoft and they have agreed to help us using features on existing software that we have to activate them to allow for digital processing of our submissions. And my last thing is that process is actually costing us nothing because those are the features that are already built in the software that we are not using. That is advanced. I think we are implementing from the 1st of May. We will actually be utilizing that digitized process. The other part of the process in terms of digitization is around trying to help mine health and safety. A lot of the work that they do when they go out to site, they have to come back to the office and do the reporting and capture and all that. Again, following the same process, there's work that's advanced in that regard where they will be able to, while on site, be able to enter data, etc. So what it will do from a staffing point of view, it will reduce the amount of time that they have to spend when they go back to the office and they sit down and having to capture the information. So there are other areas where we're looking at in terms of the efficiencies that we can add, utilizing already existing software tools that are there without spending additional money. DDG Moloto can also add on this one. It is true, we are, when it comes to compliance enforcement, the team that is dealing with illegal mining, we are very thin. It's a handful of colleagues, and it's because from the onset, the department was not structured and capacitated to deal with illegal mining. So what we have done is that we are using the team that's doing compliance enforcement in other areas to look into this particular area. And that's one area that obviously as part of the department structure review, we'll have to look at and see how we can enforce and make sure that the team has enough home bodies. But DDG Moloto can add and expand on the challenges that they are facing there. She can also speak to the issue around storage capacity. I think here I should just mention that the department does not have the powers to confiscate, that's the right English word, yes, confiscate equipment. We obviously, where there are transgressions, we can only ask subs to intervene. So it's subs that takes equipment and subs has to go and store equipment. And yes, subs does not have in some areas sufficient or places to store this equipment. Minister, I'd like to allow DDG Makobela and DDG Moloto to add. And no, I don't speak for subs. I'm just clarifying.
No, thank you very much, DG. So on the, maybe two things. One, the inspectors, we could use more on all the, on fuel and other areas. I always want to say that this department is responsible for close to 10% of GDP enabling. And we have this budget and this number of, members of staff. And I don't think it is, there is alignment there, but that was not the question. So on the operating mines, we just have over 900 operations that we have to, that are responsible for the number of SLPs. So we are only able to get to a fifth of the operating mines. The rest, they know that it will take us a while for us to get to them. But the good thing is that the projects come and go. So they finish the project and we start a new cycle. But if we had more, more staff, we could do more inspections and we could follow up on a number of projects. And that changes. So currently, even if you are not operating, you are expected to fulfill your SLP obligation. So you may not be operating, but our expectation is that that license was based on you contributing something to the community, and you have to fulfill that objective. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, and colleagues. Indeed, DG, once the equipment is confiscated, the process then moves away from the MPRGA. It becomes a process of another law where SAPS takes over, and through the NPA and the Assets Forfeiture Unit, they run that process. We're saying that because once those are confiscated, it becomes a crime of theft where the MPRGA is not involved. And it is correct that there is a challenge with the low beds to remove the heavy equipments from the illegal mining site, and also substating, most of them are full and they cannot accommodate all the equipment. Thank you, Chair.
That's it, unless there's a follow-up question.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up question?
Thanks, Chair. I'm being intimidated here by Lolo. No, I just wanted to check maybe Minister and DG. Am I correct to say that based on your response on SLPs, that we are having people out there with operating licenses or mining licenses that have not fulfilled their mandate on their SLPs, and the department are ineffective in tracing or doing oversight on those mining houses? Am I correct if I make that analysis?
You are incorrect. Very much incorrect. The problem is that we have different views about what SLPs are all about. One of the things that we are trying to enforce on mining companies is impactful projects.
Any project that you do, you don't do a small community hall and a field there. Do something that will have an impact on communities. That's why we're putting a lot of emphasis on major issues like school building, clinics, fencing of fields to produce food, and all those issues. It would be helpful if we can go around and check whether that is done effectively. I can tell you that if you go to Mkambalala in Kofumvabo, for example, where we fenced 74 hectares of land, I was surprised to see people really producing food there because the field is fenced in. And that is what SLP is all about. And we've inherited that. We want to use it in Northern Natal, where we are struggling to get an impactful project. And we say, let's fence the fields and see if people will produce food after fencing the food. There's one mining house, for example, that has contributed 21 vehicles to the police to fight crime. And we say that is very innovative. Go ahead with it. And we are building on what we have and try to improve on what we have. SLP will never be sufficient for communities because sometimes when you go around, you think that communities believe that companies must deliver money on street corners for them to satisfy them. That is not what we are expecting of them.
Thank you. Honorable Sen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm partly covered, Chair, on the SLP, but I just want to find out from the department, have you ever had a situation where a mining company or mining house reported that they have implemented an SLP, and when you go to inspect, you found that there's nothing? And I'm also interested, Chair, to know the small scale miners that you have supported financially and technically. I'm interested to know the provinces where those small scale miners are coming from. My last one, Chair, with an estimated 6,000 derelict and ownerless mines, and only 3 sites targeted for rehabilitation in 26-27. What is the department's full cost estimate and projected timeline to clear the backlog? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Let me allow the team to react on many issues, then I come last.
Okay, SLP Ndati Mqobela, you'll come in there with an example. Small scale report, the provinces. I think, Chair, we were asked this question at the previous meeting. We committed to, if I'm not mistaken, report in writing, and we did submit the report. I think as part of the pack that we submitted, we did have a list of the projects. I cannot recall, but I know that there were projects in the Northern Cape. I may skip some of the provinces. We'll just have to follow up. I made to understand, I know we signed off on the submission, and I made to understand that it was submitted. We can just follow up on that. 6,000 shafts versus 3 sites. The rehab is a function of the budget. And DG Jimloto, you can add here as well. The last audit that we did, I think it was estimated that it was going to get to all the site. It was estimated at about, I think, between 35 and 45 billion. And looking at the current budget, I think it was a couple of years back, it was indicated that it's going to take us about 30 years or so, if not more, to obviously get to all the sites. So it's a function of the budget that if we get an increase next year, more sites can be attended to. I'm going to hand over, Minister, to DDG Maqubela and DDG Moloto to add if there's any expansion she wants to make.
DG, I've got nothing to add. You've covered all the.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thanks, DG. So on SLP, we've never encountered any misrepresentation. We do have companies that have not honored, and those basically we issue directives to them. And in fact, there is one company where we've gone to even an extent of issuing a Section 47 notice to that company because they were grossly non-compliant on SLP. So that's basically cancellation of the right is the next step for that company. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson of the meeting, and all members of the committee. I want to emphasize on the issue of SLPs. Normally, when they are done with the projects that they committed that they will do, they do invite the department. A minister will be available, or I will avail myself, and also they invite the department relevant. Let's say maybe they were building school. They will invite the Department of Education in that province, but they also invite us as DMPR because we need to confirm that that project, it is in line with the SLP that they committed in that community. So it's rare when you find the company says they built the school, then when you go there, you don't find the school because when they're done with the projects, they invite us to officially hand over. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the 10th of May, we're going to Tubatse to hand over a bridge to a community where mining companies built a bridge on the road. If there can be a sample of MPs who can go and witness the quality of work that is being done, that would be quite helpful because it's a road, it's a bridge in a big road. Companies contributed and built that bridge in that company. So SLPs sometimes are quite confusing in terms of how they are implemented. It would be quite helpful for the committee to have a sense of what is it that we talk about when we talk of SLPs. And that's why I'm giving you the date, 10th May, we're going to Tubatse. We are handing over a bridge to the road agency there. We're not going to do anything about the bridge. We build it, we leave it, road agency takes over. The question of timeline for clearing a backlog on rehabilitation, it would have been helpful if DG, we can quantify what we have done and what is outstanding, rather than continuing referring to the 6,100 holdings in the country. And as we close them, we don't reduce the number. We continue referring to the 6,100 holdings, though we've actually done quite a number of holdings that we've sealed. And I think that would quite be helpful to quantify the progress we're making. And it is quite important for this committee to appreciate that what we do in terms of rehabilitation is a legacy of a non-existent legislation for rehabilitation before 1994. And we've grandfathered ownerless and derelict mines that were left by owners that cannot be identified, including asbestos mines that are now being closed. We're beginning to close some of them wherever we go. But I think quantifying the progress we're making would be quite helpful for the committee.
Thank you. Are you covered?
I am, Chair. Thank you. And thank you, Minister, for inviting the Portfolio Committee to join in witnessing the SLP implementations. I attended one actually in Northam with the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Selepe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start here at outcome 5, where it speaks about the licensing. Honorable Chair, I just want to check here. With regards to, let's appreciate that Western Cape, did you finally be able to make it live, the cadastral? But after checked with the Western Cape, as it was the smallest amongst the other provinces with regarding the capacity, why don't you do checking with the 3 largest provinces to check whether it will work on the other province? Because now you will assume that is working fine because you've tested it with the Western Cape one. Why don't you try with the provinces where the actual challenges are? The likes of your Northwest, your Mpumalanga, where the double granting, you have more cases of double granting, where the challenge of this cadastral actually emanates. I'm checking, can't you prioritize those bigger projects? Because I remember last time the slides where you show the likes of your Mpumalanga, I think they're having something like 20,000 or 19,000 of application. You prioritize something like that. Then the issues with the court cases for double granting, it can be part of being solved by the cadastral system. I'm checking, didn't you think of prioritizing, like going than to go to the province, like your Free State? I don't think the challenges that you are facing by your Northwest, Northern Cape, and Mpumalanga are similar to ones that you are prioritizing to go to. I'm just checking, that's the first one. My second question is with regarding the small scale. Yes, we are hearing this, but is one a department that is actually not been seen by people on the ground who are actually desperate and are looking for this department. Personally, I went to do my own constituency work to that department. Unfortunately, as a member of parliament, I couldn't find them there. I went there twice. I have the email of the DDG. I've got the proof where I've sent the email, tried to call him. He's not reachable. What more? The public, someone from a township trying to reach them, they're unable to be reached. I failed to reach them. I've never met them, but I try my best to reach that department. And also, there's a lot happening. We cannot allow the public funds to be misused because there's a lot happening in that particular small-scale funding. We need to know the processes from past 2 years, 2 financial years. What happened there? Which companies are being appointed and what was the criteria used to appoint those companies, especially the companies that are the one responsible to buy the machinery for the small scale miners. We need to know everything transparent and if needs be, the forensic investigation, we will request that let it intervene in this situation. And the SLP one, Honorable Minister, I think with regards to the SLP, the challenge we are facing here is the IDP document. I think as a department, you need to review the IDP document because the mining house, if they are being given the IDP, they will go for those projects with smaller amount than to go to exactly, because if a municipality, they go to a certain area and conduct the IDP program, obvious, the communities, you cannot tell someone what to raise to the meeting. And then if that document been taken to the municipality and then taken to the certain mine that operating in that particular area, they will go for those who, these are suitable for us in the 5-year program. We can take the crash, we can take something that doesn't make an impact, as you mentioned, alluded earlier. But now I'm saying, why don't you, as a department, review the SLP and make it a standard to all mining, give it a certain percentage to their annual income, that all the mining, their income, a certain percentage ought to go to the SLP. And then that one, even if it can be, you might find that can consume even 5 or 10 programs that are under the IDP program, unlike giving someone and then to choose from, unless the department say we can detect that this company is going to do this, this company, unlike to give someone to choose from the IDP. I think that's the wrong way of doing the SLP. And then the other question, Chair, I want to check here, Minister. Out of the inspection, 8,000 inspection made across the country in the mining space, you have a lot of underground mining, and you adopted a missing person locator. Now, why don't you enforce the missing person locator in all these underground mines? Why do we wait for a disaster to happen before we enforce the law? I think that one, we need not to see what happened to Ekapa mine before that missing person locator being enforced. We are requesting, Minister, can the department enforce the missing person locator law to work to all the minings across the country? The last one, Chair, I'm closing. Regarding the 48 vacant positions, I'm checking how long this funded position will remain not appointed people there. And then I'm checking what time frame you've given yourself to fill all those positions. And then in closing, yes.
So there's the last one and in closing.
Yes, in closing, yes, in closing. Okay. The ownerless mine, yes, are the ownerless mine. But to find in the very same ownerless mine, there's a dump. The dump has an owner. I just want to check that contradiction. If the tailing dam has an owner, then the rehabilitation has no owner. Can Minister maybe clarify me on that one? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slepe. Maybe before the Minister responds, allow me to recognize the newly appointed chairperson of Electricity and Energy, Honorable Zama Kanyase. Mr. Ariko Kotse, you must do orientation that members, irrespective of whether they belong to that committee, they sit here, not there. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Well, let me deal with you. There's always a confusion between SLP and ITP. In areas where there are mines, people think there's no local authority. And they expect mining companies to do what local government should do. And I think we must disabuse ourselves of that. They can complement one another, but you cannot replace local government with mining companies. There are few areas where mining companies have even done roads. Woodbank, where you come from, is one example of a mining company that has done roads. Every time that happens, I know that that municipality is not going to use the MIG funding.
because what is supposed to be done by MIG funding is going to be done by a mining company. And I think we must disabuse ourselves of that. That's why local government is ineffective. It's because we think that mining, local government can be replaced by anything. I think we should look into that. But SLPs, you talk of standardizing them. Mining companies are not the same, are not equal. They don't have the same resources. So you can't standardize something. No, wait. You can't standardize SLP for Impala and another small company. Can't be the same. You go to Impala and say, because of your size, you can do something bigger and force them to do something bigger. When you go to smaller ones, you say, combine your resources, please contribute to this project. That's what you do. And you can't standardize that. They're not the same. They're big mining companies, they're small mining companies. It's like, for example, your small scale mining. I don't know if you have looked at the budget of small scale mining, because your expectation and the budget are not reconcilable. I think as a member of a committee in parliament, look at that budget and see if that budget can facilitate what you're talking about of small scale mining being funded and do something big when the budget is small, minute, is smaller than the emerging mining companies exploration fund. I don't know if you have noticed that. Please do go to the budget, look at those two budgets and compare them and see what you can do with those budgets. Half the time we're improvising to do work with very limited budget. You talk of the Western Cape as being smallest. I have my own questions about that because you quantify small and big in terms of the size of the mines. The Western Cape is small, but there's a number of small scale mining. And therefore, that's where you test the efficacy of your system. Then when you roll it out, you have tested it in a number of many small scale mining projects. Then you roll it out to the bigger provinces. I want to leave it at that. You have been raising this thing of a missing person tracer. And my own view is that, Honorable Slab, you are not monitoring what is happening in the industry. No obsession with a missing person tracer. You are obsessed. And the obsession doesn't make you practical in implementation. We have reduced the fatalities in the mining industry. The highest number now is 41. This year, we started with a disaster. We're worried about that, and we're monitoring that. We must reduce fatalities in the mining industry, and we do that. That record has improved year on year. We miss 1 year, and we reduce it. I'm from a mining industry that used to kill thousands of mine workers. When we talk of 41, you know that that's a big improvement. Many of the people who have never been to the mines think that is a function of the numbers that are in the mines. They don't see it as a function of cooperation between employers, workers, and government, where that tripartite actually monitors the trends in mine health and safety. So, this monitoring of a missing person is a nice to have to talk about it, but it is not applicable everywhere. For example, where the accident has nothing to do with a missing person, it is just a machinery accident and a person is killed. You can't trace that person. He falls from a bus and the bus runs over him. That is one example of an accident that happened last year. Yeah.
Don't sleep or Koshalas. Hindun.
Are you done, Honorable Minister?
Yeah. And the bonus level Koshalas and to Sanguk.
No, it's preparing for a follow-up.
Okay.
Yes.
DG.
No, thank you, Minister. Minister, just on the licensing, as we had indicated, we want to make sure that we get to all 8 provinces this year. So from where we're sitting, all remaining provinces are a priority. Obviously, where we get to first will be determined by how quick we get the data clean. For example, we previously said we're going to the Eastern Cape and then we're going to the Free State. Today, we indicated that it's actually the Free State and KZN, and it's because KZN, from a data point of view, we found that the data is not an issue compared to what we thought in the Eastern Cape. So they are all a priority, but where we go will be determined by the issues that we encounter. And yes, where there are more permits and licenses, there may be more issues and it takes slightly longer. So it's not about really preference, but we are driven by obviously what we find, and what we can progress with speed. On small scale, Minister, I want to request that maybe the honorable member seems to have specific issues. And maybe if we can, maybe through a minister, we can get those issues in writing, because I think the member was calling for even an investigation. I think without written information, it becomes difficult for us to know where to even start. I think previously when the committee did oversight in the Northern Cape, they came with specific information. As a department, we're able to act, and I can report that that part of the work is advanced, Minister, and it's going to be coming to you in terms of what we found in terms of that particular complaint. So I think that will assist. Otherwise, trying to respond now, it's not going to help the process because we don't have the detailed information. For the 8 vacancies, we are moving with speed. Many of these vacancies, they are advanced in terms of the recruitment process. So we want to make sure that we fill them before the next budget cycle, because as you continue getting to that process where the budget is reviewed and the positions are not filled, you run the risk of losing that money to other activities. Yeah, I don't know, DDG Mloto, if you have a view on this ownerless, but the dump has an owner. I'm not, if a specific site can be brought to attention, we can look at it. I think to speak to it generically makes it a bit difficult, because personally I've not encountered that situation where the dump has an owner, but the mine is derelict next to that particular dump, Minister. I think that's that. I think, Minister, you answered the question on the
Except that even on a mine, there's a dam and some board has applied for a license to process the dam. That's a different matter. So that dam doesn't belong to that ownerless mine. It belongs to the new owner who has applied for a license. So it's not owned by a dam. But if the mine is operational, that dam belongs to that operational mine. If it's not operational, you can apply to process the dam. That becomes a different issue. If you remember, in Pumalanga, there is a company called Pan-Africanist something, resources, that processes dams. They apply for dams that have no owners and process them and make a living out of them.
Thank you. Are you satisfied?
Chair, I have just few follow-up. Chair, I just want to clarify something, Minister. When I'm posing questions, it's not a personal questions. I'm the member who deployed by the organization here. I'm not obsessed. Just I want to clarify. I think, Chairperson, that one maybe because it will make me maybe to use another way of maybe addressing the minister. in that I'm not obsessed, is what you yourself adopted. And I didn't say the money is too much money on the small scale or is insufficient. I said it's not visible. Those are facts. People who are benefiting for that small scale are complaining and are telling us because we are reachable. I'm trying, Minister, to give you, to assist you. Like Honorable Mani once said, you are responding, not answering. I think today I've witnessed that. What I'm raising here are things that our constituency giving us to raise when we got to this platform. I'm just want to like that fix that, Minister. I'm not obsessed. The missing person, a tracer or locator, it doesn't mean eliminating people to die. When there's a situation like what happened at the Kappa mine, when person is missing, to spend more budget, that thing it will indicate exactly where that particular body is. We understand clearly what it means. Not that it's gonna protect people to die. No, I'm not saying that. I'm very clear with that, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think my experience in Parliament, Honorable Minister, is that when a member keeps asking one and the same question, it's out of passion, not out of obsession. So maybe let's use the word passionate rather than obsession. I don't think that is the right word, Honorable Minister. But your reaction on that view, if you have one? Okay, there's no reaction. Honorable Zungula?
Thank you, Chair. I've got only two issues because of time. The first issue is in relation to the issue of the NGOs. The minister has spoken about it time and time again, the issue of NGOs who take the department to court, citing various factors, including environmental factors. I want to check how many court cases, if there are any, that have been brought by such NGOs, because I think we need to get a view on the scale of the problem. And also, Minister, I think for about 3 or 4 years, if I'm not mistaken now, you've been raising the issue of these NGOs, but there seems to be no permanent solution. We don't hear a plan to say this now is the solution to deal with this problem permanently. The other issue I want to raise concerning illegal mining, it is a fact that on one side, there's a crisis that has warranted the government to deploy the army in some areas to deal with illegal mining. But from the side of the department, nothing has changed. For the past in fact, the plan has not been changed at all, in the sense that the plan to close 3 mines remains the same, to close 40 shafts remains the same, even though from a national government point of view, there is a crisis that has led to the deployment of the army. And the army is a temporary solution because they'll be there for a few months, but the permanent solution is the sealing off of those shafts. But in terms of the plans of the department, that has not changed. I was watching a video last week of an area, Ekurhuleni, whereby it seems as if the illegal miners have taken over to an extent whereby even the people can't go to that area. It shows the extent of the crisis of illegal mining. However, without the department dealing directly with the issue by sealing the shafts and closing those mines, the army will come and go. So I want to check whether is it consistent with the crisis levels if the plans remain the same for the entire term of government, yet there is a crisis that has led to the deployment of the army. Thank you.
Thank you. Responses?
On NGOs, at least there's some work being done there. because we're talking to the Department of Justice to establish special courts to deal with environmental disputes. If we succeed in that, a semi-permanent solution will be found on that. It will be following on what we have seen in Namibia. Namibia has set up tribunals to deal with the environmental cases instead of waiting for the long legal process that takes 7 years. This is, if we can achieve this, which is in advanced stages, it depends on the Department of Justice, not on us. We have put the proposal, I think they are responding to it, and I think if they respond positively and establish those special courts, will solve the problem to a great extent. On the closing of shops, it depends on the budget we're given, Bawuzungul. It's not the laziness on the part of the department. It is the budget allocated to us. We close 40 shops. That is what we are given as a budget, and we use it to the best ability of us, to our ability. And if we can increase that number, the numbers will be reduced. So it's not dependent on the willingness of the department. It depends on the amount of money we're having to seal those shops. That's why I always remind the committee that those shafts are a function of a stage where there was no requirement to rehabilitate shafts. So those shafts were left open, we're inheriting them, we're trying to do something about them. But if the budget doesn't increase, we can't increase the rate. So we can take your message to the government, to the cabinet, you can raise it in parliament, you can raise this area, but it depends on the budget. If the budget doesn't increase, whether you deploy an army, withdraw it and deploy it again, it will not change because the budget is the determinant of the number of shops you close.
Thank you. Are you satisfied, Honorable Zungula?
Minister, firstly on the NGOs, you cited the Namibian example. Are you willing to consider legislatively what Namibia does when it comes to protecting or dealing with environmental issues? Because it places the responsibility on the state instead of allowing anyone, like we have in our constitution, that creates a vacuum to an extent whereby even foreign-funded NGOs can want to force our government to deal with environmental issues, whereas they are coming, those foreign-funded NGOs, they are from other continents, not even South Africa, not even Africa. That's the first issue. On the issue of illegal mining, if there's a crisis that has led to the government responding by deploying an army, surely, Minister, your department can knock to Treasury to say, here's a crisis, can you increase our budget to deal with this particular issue? Not a case whereby you're going to fold your arms because another department is responsible to allocate a budget for you for this particular aspect. And the last issue here is the fact that if there is high areas which are more prone to illegal mining, I want to check whether the 40 shafts and the 3 mines that have been planned for, is the focus going to be on those priority areas whereby illegal mining is prevalent? Thank you.
No, thank you, Minister. I wanted to touch on the last point on illegal mining. Actually, we have in the past, I think about 2 years ago, not this previous financial year, but the financial year before this one that ended in March, we had engagements with National Treasury at that point in time because of the issues that were happening in Gauteng. Additional funding, we had to actually, because we were still DMRE, we were actually to were able to convince them to take money, and we reported that in the portfolio committee, we were able to convince them to take money from INEP, right? Electrification program into the rehabilitation process. And I think we rehabilitated an additional 240. We actually sealed additional 240 holes in Gauteng only in that particular financial year. We're able to do that because there was a program that we're able to move money from into this particular program. I think we're allowed to move close to, I think 200 and, if not 400 million or 240 million. But it meant that obviously that other program, electrification program, it means less houses were electrified when you do that. So we're not sitting back. There are continuous engagements that are happening. And maybe just the last point that I want to mention is that one of the biggest problem with illegal mining is, while yes, it's old shafts, is that because the syndicates know the tunnels, they go around opening new holes that are not necessarily shafts. And part of the intervention was to actually go around closing some of those holes in the West End and the East End. So there has been, and there's continuous engagements in terms of how we can support the law enforcement process. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Zongola, Chairperson, is responsible for developing legislation. Actually, can have a private member's bill on this matter and canvass colleagues to support him on that bill. That is the fastest way of dealing with this. Here, department, we legislator, do your work.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it's 1:13. And we still have Honorable Mani, Mufukeng, and Zondi. Can we please be on point and so that we finish at that time? I have no intention to go before. Actually, a person who will speak a lot will stand between all of you and lunch, which will be served at 1:30 in that restaurant. Can we proceed, Honorable Mani?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With that intimidation, let me do it quickly. Firstly, I appreciate that there is a connection between the bill development and the APP. What I just did not find, or perhaps is going to be reflected in the 27-28 financial year, you'll tell me. The timelines. There's no, what's the project plan of this bill that we're doing? Will the 27-28 APP reflect that timeline and all of that, so that it's not an ongoing.
Which bill is that?
Sorry, no, the Sandpack bill. It's discussed in this presentation.
It's you who stand between the date of submission of completion and
Teacher, you're chowing my time now.
No. I don't want to be unfair to them. Sandpack bill is with us. And this is the first point, this meeting, to process the bill.
No, but here we'll let it go. We're not gonna frustrate it here.
Okay, continue. I just wanted to help you.
We're not gonna frustrate it here. We want it to move. So assuming that you will get green light here, are we therefore 27-28 going to see a proper project plan with timelines and all of that? That's the first question. The second question, Minister, some 42% of the department's budget is allocated to transfers. I think he gave the amount of 1.6 billion or something. It's going to transfers. But I don't see what's in it for the department in these transfers. It's like you give the money and then you focus on what's left for you. Well, I'm interested in knowing the money that you give to Mintech, to Council of Geoscience and all of that. What is the socio-economic impact that we are to expect from those transfers? Are we going to see targets like some production of growth of sorts? What are we going to see? Are we going to see jobs being created? Do they have targets, or is it just manna from heaven, from where they sit and they just carry on? What targets are they working under? Lastly, in the interest of time, Minister, I can only put this in Xhosa. When Ambushia, I'm a cabbage in the presence here with these mining issues. You know, there are figures with illegal mining and everything, but you've made the environment ripe. And I hear all the things that you say here, but I'm not convinced, Minister, that there's not more you can do to ensure that, I mean, also, even the old people that were mining, the old companies, can't we have some reparation, something? These people, they're not like they've gone, they are dead. These companies are around, they're doing other things. But this is a mess that we're sitting with here. The fact that there was no legislation at the time really can't be the answer to say, well, at the time they were allowed to do as they please. You are here now. Shouldn't you have some top-back mechanism of sorts, something, Minister, because it's really going out of hand, this thing of illegal mining, and your answer is, in my view, totally insufficient on this score. Thank you.
Thank you. Responses, please.
I'm sure you have answered the question on the timeline for SNPC bill. It's before you. Say it see nina was accelerate the process because they're responsible for it. On the percentage of transfers, one of the most important thing about this department is that bigger part of the work is done through entities. And those entities reflect the performance of the department. So we don't just give money as a gift. We give it to them. If you go to Mintech, they do research, they make findings. Those findings impact on the work that is done by the department. The same applies with CGS. They do a lot of exploration, and they give us geological mapping, which benefits the department. So that's what transfers do. All of them, you can take one by one and analyze their effect. And that's why in everything I do every day, I encourage DG to say, don't leave entities outside of what you are trying to do because they are your support structure. They're actually tools at the disposal of the DG. When I get cause and effect, it's a very complicated dialectical concept of no legislation, this is the cause, this is the effect. And if we don't get the budget, we won't close the shops. The reality of the matter of that there was no law is quite important, it's material, in the sense that that was when heavy mining was happening. Half of the gold in the world is produced in South Africa. And those companies are no longer in existence. Yegi Anglo, Anglo file EP.
No. We can't have that. We can't have that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Mani. Honorable Mfuge.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is on slide 21, where it is indicated that only 5 small-scale miners are targeted for financial support in financial year 2026-2027. I would like to know what is the total budget allocated to small-scale mine support, and on what basis are beneficiaries prioritized? My last one, Chair, is on 13 junior miners exploration fund project have been approved. I would like to know how many are operational, what proportion are HDP owned, and what downstream beneficiation activity have they generated to date? Thank you, Chair.
DG.
Thanks, Minister. I'll just on the small scale mining, the budget is about 25 million rand per annum. There is a criteria that we advertise that the entities that apply have to meet, and one of the key criteria is that you have to be compliant with the law on whatever aspect you're applying, and there are different categories of support. There are those small scale miners that we support to complete the process of the application for the permit. There are those that we support, for example, with environmental rehabilitation provisions. There are those that get supported with operational funding, and there are those that get supported with equipment. So it's various categories. DDG Nzimande, do you wanna talk to Junior Mining Exploration Fund?
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, DG. So on the fund, we just closed about a month ago the second window. And out of that window, we will be supporting 5 projects that have been approved by the funding committee, the approving committee. So in total, we will be sitting with 13. And going forward, we will be reporting on these 13. 2 of them from the first window, funding window. Actually, CGS has actually done the physical drilling on sites, and on the other side, they are progressing the work in terms of non-invasive exploration aspects. So it will just be a continuation this year because we have exhausted the capital, the initial capital, save for progression later on in the year with contributions from a private sector and other players that are expressing interest in supporting us.
Thank you. Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have just 2 questions. One is a request, really, and that is to ask that maybe the link for the new cadastral system is put in the SAMRED landing page, as well as the department's page, because currently if you go to the landing page, it only gives you, there's that link for the notice, but the notice will just give you emails of Peter Swart that you ask for more information. So if that link can be there for the Western Cape site, it would assist. And also if it could be sent to the committee via the secretariat. And then the second one is under outcome number 1 in the plan ahead of us, around mining and petroleum policy environment, the focus area being policy and framework development. The regulating framework around feedstock sourcing for biofuels to protect food security is outdated and is inconsistent with current breakthroughs in the science field. And I think that needs radical updating if we are to keep up with exactly what is happening in the field currently. And then with regards to biodiesel, the 2% mandatory national market penetration, which I believe was passed in August last year, should be increased to mitigate against the current diesel shock. Is this being considered by the department because the issues in the Middle East are not going to subside anytime soon? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Responses?
Team, I will come last.
Chair, the first one was a request, which we will effect straightforward. There is, yes, some work that will be starting around the biofuels based on the engagements that we've been having with the sector, specifically including our own entity, SEF. They've raised some of the policy issues that they think we should be looking at. So the points that you are raising around the outdated policies that we need to look at, we'll definitely look at that. I think we take that as a proposal that's also coming from Parliament. But there were already parties that had indicated that to us that we must relook at some of those aspects. Thank you, Minister.
On biofuels, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. There is a project in Bothaville which is dealing with this matter. First of all, it must be operationalized. And when we met them, they said it will take them 2 years to operationalize it. So let's work on it before we increase this subsidy or that subsidy when there's nothing happening yet. And we said it must move away from just focusing on from sorghum. It must also include sugar cane. And if we get both of them, it will work better. But I think before we talk of increasing subsidy or that, let's make it work first.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the session today. I will today not allow or give an opportunity for the minister to react. I think you have reacted enough. Honorable members, there is lunch in this restaurant now, before we go to the house. I know, honorable members, that you are waiting for me to say something. During the 5-minute break, I went to the speaker's office and walked into a meeting discussing your issue. I'm going back now, I won't have lunch. And after that, I will probably give you good or bad news, and we'll have to take them as they come. Allow me to declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Long live the chair. Long live.